Gentlemen, we're going to be playing Turnip Boy Robs a Bank because Turnip Boy hates taxes, and the only way to hate taxes more is to rob a bank. However, before we do that, I would like to do two things. One, oh, baby. I would like to thank everyone here for coming to the show. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. But I would like, as a antisocial, probably significantly mentally ill 38-year-old man who's starting to play D&D, I would like to tell you a story and get feedback from my fellow mentally ill dorks. So we'll be able to tell, right? Now, Paige, I believe. Oh, I got something on too. Paige, I believe, is in the chat right now. But even if she wasn't, Paige was physically present for all of these events, so she would be able to vouch or like make like an addendum and be like, "Oh, actually, it happened a little bit like this," that kind of thing, right? But I am fairly confident. So, long and short of it, I have joined a group of D&D people who we are playing. This is it's a DM that Paige knows and a couple other people that Paige played with, as well as one new guy. And I guess I'm a new guy also. So it is a group of 5 players and one DM. And we know the DM from non-D&D stuff. Like he's a cool guy that we've like hung out with around town. He's a really nice guy. We really like him. He loves the baby. He thinks the dog is cute. Like he's aces, right? DM's a good guy, right? So he is more than happy to have me on as a brand new player to the D&D, and I'm like, I'm gonna do my best, right? And so he sets up session 0, and in session 0 we talk about what the basic campaign is going to be, which is the Wilds Beyond the Witchlight campaign module, which is one that we voted on and was mainly specifically picked because it's a module that can have almost no combat, which supposedly makes it ideal for new players, right? And part of the Beyond the Witchlight shenanigans is that everybody lost something integral to their character. So, for example, Paige's character lost her name, like the concept of her name. It's just completely gone. So she has to go by a pseudonym and no longer knows what her original name was. I lost the ability to read, which I then built into my character as being physically unable to read from a very young age would be fucking disastrous. That is, I don't mean like bad at reading. I mean like magically cursed to be completely unable to read and write, right? That would be bad as fuck, right? Somebody lost their ability to keep secrets. Somebody lost, shit like that, right? And so I come up with the idea that I'm going to play a warlock, an orc warlock, who is essentially using Pact of the Tome to ritually cast comprehend languages to make up for the inability to read. And I spoke with the DM, and I wanted to keep my inability to read as secret as possible for as long as possible, because I want to have the moment of the party going, wait, can you not fucking read? Are you serious? Because I think that's really funny, right? And me not being able to read literally at all is not something that would like overlap with anybody mechanically, because it's essentially narrative. Like I spoke with the DM, and he's like, if you're going to play a warlock, I'm not going to let you use scrolls if you can't read. Right? I'm like, that's super fair. Right? And through comprehend languages, which can be a ritual spell if you pick Pact of the Tome, I could take 10 minutes and then pretend like I can read because I'm just magically comprehending, right? And so I'm like, okay, so when I was talking with the gang, Paige wanted to have a certain type of character, but it was too close to the setting. So she ends up going with like a sorcerer. And then the guy to my left, he's like, I definitely want to play like a paladin of vengeance. And we're all talking about like what we're going to play. And the guy to my right is like going with like a grappler type fighter kind of situation. And we're talking about our classes. And one guy just happens to literally never answer even one question about their class at all. And I am like speaking out loud, like, oh, hey, so I would like to go Pact of the Tome. And I like, does anybody have like detect magic as a cantrip? Because I can get it as a ritual spell, blah, blah, blah. And Paige is like talking about whether or not she wants to get catapult. And the guy wants to run like a homebrew paladin. And so him and the DM are talking about how that like fits onto the paladin of vengeance archetype. Like, so it's like a homebrew archetype, but like mechanically it's literally just paladin of vengeance, right? So I'm not saying out loud that I can't read and that's my backstory, right? But I am saying like, yeah, I'm gonna be going for like a skill monkey kind of thing, and you know, and like I want to get Pact of the Tome and all that stuff, right? And the guy across from me basically is just like, oh, I'm playing like a performer and like a bard, right? And we're like, okay, because we were a little worried that we were filled up on literally all 4 charisma classes for a party, but you know, fuck it, that works, right? They're all different. And I was very clear. I was like, hey, what do you want to play? 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 Because I want to play a different class from everyone, and I want to play at least a different subclass than other people, right? And I'm probably going to go goo warlock because then I'm talking to the DM and people about how like at 3rd level I can just scream the word AIDS into people's heads until they have an aneurysm, right? I think that's fucking hilarious. I think that's the funniest shit in the world, etc. Like I do here, right? And so we play a couple sessions, and because the first act of Beyond the Witchlight is carnival shit, our class identities don't really come up, right? So like the paladin is like getting into snail races and shit, and the fact that he has like a high strength and like a wrestling contest, that matters. But we're not like fucking eldritch blasting people and casting fucking featherfall and shit. Like we're doing role playing and carnival shit and interparty shit. And the first problem happens is that the gentleman that I am describing as the bard has a really annoying habit, and it might be the single most annoying habit I have ever encountered, which is Pat being a new player or Paige being a little lost on like, is that a perception check or like a insight check? Goes, hey DM, do I roll grappling or like strength? And before the DM can open his fucking mouth, this guy goes, oh, it's this. And the fact that he's like wrong 40% of the time is like not even an important factor. Cause like, this guy and the DM were both telling Paige that like the Kenku guys can fly, and she's like, no, they fucking can't. And she was like completely right, like they absolutely can't. And the DM like was like, oh yeah, you're totally right, they can't. So But like I have to actually, this happened only the one time in the last session. I have to be like, hey man, I am asking the DM. I am not asking you. Please let me hear what the DM is trying to say. And on top of that, the beginning of last session, me and Paige and the Paladin started talking about crazy women and ex-girlfriends and shit like that. And we're like, dude, that's crazy. You wouldn't believe this. And we're just having like that conversation. And like the DM's like an old friend. And like he knew some of the people involved, and we're like fucking like chatting it up, and we're like getting to know each other better. And the bard goes, hey guys, I wanted to come here to play D&D. Can we please focus up? And I go, man, D&D is like an inherently social experience. I kind of want to get to know you guys a little bit better. Besides, the DM isn't even in the room right now. He's in the bathroom. So we can't. And he slams his hands on the table and storms out to go outside and smoke weed and go, guess I'm just an asshole then. Oh, yeah. That was muttered specifically at Paige. You're right, Paige. So he comes back and pretends like it didn't happen. And the DM comes back, and then they're trying to like smooth it out, right? And the DM mentions that he had actually just started to watch Critical Role, which me and Paige are super disinterested in. I have no desire to ever watch Critical Role. It is so outside of my fucking cares. Don't care. And the DM and the bard talk about Critical Role for 15 fucking minutes. while me and Paige is like, yeah. And like, you know what? That's like D&D related and is otherwise fine. If not for the immediately preceding tantrum about hurrying the game up. Right? So we do the session, and because me and Paige's characters are divorced, there's a couple moments in the Witchlight Carnival that the DM set aside for us, like shared visions and some shit we wrote on cards. And I got to admit, DM did a really good job. Like I was like a lot more excited and emotionally invested than I expected, except for the fact that as we are segueing into a paired up character vision of our characters' backstories, the bard won't shut the fuck up. And like we essentially just talked over him. But like we were like, fucking dude. The DM had to actually go, hey, listen, you had your time. We're doing this now. Maybe more than a touch, Squeak. But who am I to judge? And it goes on, and we get to the big event in the Witchlight Carnival, which is a heist. And me and Paige are the only people willing to make a plan. And so I'm pointing at people in the group, and I'm like, okay, who here has the highest sleight of hand? Right? Because we need to physically steal something. The bard has the highest sleight of hand, right? I'm like, okay, great, and it's just because he has the highest dex, right? I'm like, great, so you can steal it. He's like, no, I don't want to. That doesn't fit my character. And I'm like, the whole point of this whole, we have to, okay, fine, fuck it, I'll do it. And I did. We managed. And that went great. That actually worked out really well and was very exciting. And we finished the carnival section of Beyond the Witchlight, and we all got to level up. So we start walking out and talking about like what we're gonna plan for level ups, right? And Paige is talking about like she doesn't. I don't think she gets a whole lot on level 2 as a sorcerer, but on 3 she gets her subclass. And the fighter is talking about how like he gets action surge, so he's really excited to have action surge, right? And we are in the car on the way home because Paige is driving the fighter and the bard back to their house. They don't live together, but like, you know, they live near each other, right? So and I asked the bard, so hey man, I'm like, I know we both have stealth and we both have sleight of hand. So like, what do you think you're going to be planning for the next one? Because like, we didn't actually fight anyone, so I think I'm just going to kill someone next session. I think I'm going to just shoot someone. And he just says that like, I don't really have a lot to fight with. You know, all I have is Eldritch Blast. And like, so I'm in the passenger front and he's behind me in the van, and I just go, oh really? Okay, so because I'm also playing Warlock. Um so like what kind of spells or like skills do you think you're gonna go with? What kind of warlock are you gonna play? Because I'm thinking like there's at least 4 types of warlocks in the 2024. And even beyond that, like, you know, you Pact of the Blade or whatever the fuck. It was, yeah, I'm thinking about Pact of the Tome because there's like a lot of really good cantrips. I'm just like, fucking, and I'm like, oh, so like, it's like, yeah, I'm thinking like a great old one warlock, and I'm just like, I'm like, yeah, well, that because I'm a great old one warlock. And he's like, oh, that's fine because we could just have different patrons and you know, we can compete. It'll be great. And I'm just like, so like you can't see my face at all, but I'm just like, and then afterwards in like the group chat, I'm like, hey, so what, I'm trying to avoid overlap. What kind of skills are you going to go for? And he goes, don't try and be sneaky. Because I want to focus on disguising myself and being sneaky. And I'm like, I picked an origin for stealth and sleight of hand specifically because no one in the party said they were going to be able to pick locks. So like, just like I don't know if he has like hex and comprehend languages, but like this is really close. This is like 80-90% like just the same sheet. And yeah, because he wants his character to be a warlock so that they can be an influencer. And that's like, um So I reach out to the DM, and I'm like, bro, my literal only request was that I had like a different class than everybody, and like I asked everybody, and like, you know what? Here's what the most fun thing is. We're using the D&D Beyond app, and you can't see somebody's character sheet in the D&D Beyond app, but you can see their name, their avatar, their passive perception, their race, and their class. But this person, despite having a phone he can text me with, is explicitly not using the D&D Beyond sheet and is explicitly only using pen and paper so that they can hide their sheet on the other side of the table. So like we came home and I was a little drunk because I drink at D&D because it's a social situation. I don't want, I want to be wet and smooth. But when I woke up this morning, I messaged the DM and I'm like, okay, bro, let me be a cleric. I just let me be a cleric. Like I will change literally nothing about the character other than their class. Like instead of my character being sad about not being able to read and finding a warlock patron, they will instead find Jesus. And and I will literally just take my existing ability scores because I have all the ability scores written down before they were modified. And I will just use those same rolls that were rolled in front of the DM and just slot them into cleric slots. Right? Right? And here's the thing. People are saying don't let this situation shoulder you out of what you wanted to play. There is no way I could make a stand about this situation that would not end in like a fist fight. Like there is absolutely no way I could stand on my ground hard enough that it would change, that it would not escalate. And I don't want my first D&D session in my neighborhood to have a situation in which I cause a massive fight. Right? Because humans and shit. Right? So the worst part is I literally already had a cleric idea ready to go in case somebody else in the party said they were going to play warlock. Like I mentally built out like multiple character archetypes specifically for this reason. So like me switching to a cleric, it's not a big deal. I'd be very much happy to play a cleric. Right? Like very much so. Like that would absolutely be fine. Like clerics have tons of cool shits. But I just this like having to remake the character is like fucking stupid. Now somebody says that watching multi-class in the cleric. So that's actually really funny because if I would have had no, if he played a bard level 1 and then took a level in warlock, I wouldn't have given a shit. Because that is like mechanically diverse and also makes him a like significantly less effective warlock. So I would retain class identity as a pure warlock, right? Oh, oh, this dog is. Oh, he smells like dog. Um. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention. You know what? Another thing is, um, they literally refuse to tell us what race they are in game. Refuse. Straight up. We're like 6 weeks in. Refuses. Okay? Constantly changes their forms between wildly different looking characters. We'll just in the middle of a conversation go, I changed into a halfling. Now I'm a 10-foot tall orc. So like I feel like I'm doing like a great I mean like D&D is awesome. I'm getting all the D&D guys. I'm getting every D&D together all at once and it's great. Cuz like there was a point like in between me and Paige like doing this like oh, I'm not seeing Discord. Hey, hold up. In between that like there's also the part where you like start to laugh cuz it's so fucking funny. Oh, hey. Uh Yeah, so Paige would like to know, is it out of order for us to ask the DM what to do because we are concerned that he would leave the table in hysterics, which I mean, I don't really care if he leaves the table in hysterics. But yeah, so we're driving down and we were chatting about something and God, I don't remember what it was, but the long and short of it is I made like a joke because I'm a jokester, and it offended him, and he's like, "I should just punch you in the face." And I'm sitting here, I'm like, "My wife is driving you to your D&D session because you don't have a car. Why would you threaten to punch her husband in the face?" Am I worried? No. Um, at all. I've been punched in the face by way scarier dudes. Way scarier. And bigger. No, Woolly's never punched me. Jesus. Why would Wooly have ever punched me? I punched Wooly once in the shoulder. I was drunk and he was like, "Go home, Pat." And I was like, "No." And I punched him in the shoulder and he like did this. Is that what you got? And I was like, "No." And then I went home. Did my hand get hurt from punching him? A little bit. A little bit. So D&D is fun. I'm having a great time. Even when I'm really mad, I went to bed so mad, I woke up mad. Even when I'm going to bed mad, D&D is so fun. Getting out there and meeting people and having social situations, etc. Collaboration. God, I'm having fun in spite of the guy. Oh, I'm gonna never heal him. So clerics have the absolute authority on who their buffs hit or not. And no, you don't get bless either. Stabilize? Nah, man. I got praying to do. Add in your lore that your character's super racist against changelings. I don't think you need to add that into your lore because changelings are just like annoying as shit. They're just like fucking super annoying. No, I'm a fairy. Shut the fuck up, dude. Pick one. How's my DM feel about health potions? I'm not sure. Hasn't really come up. If he changes to cleric, I'm gonna just put my foot down and be like, I'm literally going to just leave and never come back and never play D&D with any of you people ever again. If this nonsense is allowed to continue, I'm going to make a fucking stink. Yeah. You know what the other thing is? And it's like really annoying. This is a person that like when I'm trying to talk to the DM, this person can't shut up. When they're writing fan fiction about their character in the group chat about what happened when we weren't looking in the session, they'll type and type and type and type. But in the actual session, they barely do anything. They're a non-active participant. Like a person who wants to be the main character but can only yes and, but they yes and so fast that the person doesn't get the first thing out. And I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. What's happening is this person also DMs their own games and doesn't know how to not be the DM. Like, just literally does not know how to not be the DM. Oh my god. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, hold on. All the stress. I need my emotional support dog. Hello. Mwah. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is so helpful. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is a tiny baby. Oh my god. Mwah. Oh my god. Oh, he's so sleepy. Wow. Oh, you ate so much food. You ate a whole cup of food. You fat little piece of shit. Give me kisses. Mwah. So I don't know if you guys know this, but because I talked about it briefly in the podcast, this disabled pug with bad bones somehow got up onto the baby's high chair, onto the tray, and was stealing his chicken nuggies. And we don't know how. We literally. I walked into the living room and went, holy shit. And Paige went, what? Because she was in the kitchen, like, getting more milk for the baby. And the baby was, like, wandering around going, blah, blah, blah. And I walk in. I'm like, get in the living room. She's like, what? And she runs in, and the fucking dog is on top of the tray, like 4 feet off the fucking floor, just eating the chicken nuggies. You left him alone with food. You should know better. Dude, this dog needs uppies to get on the couch. How the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how he did it. I really don't. Oh, this dog's asleep as fuck. But yeah, hey. I know exactly what happened with the DM. which is the DM lives in the microcosm of mechanics are important, but at the end of the day, they're just suggestions, which is true. Um, and he won't let you make a bad character, but he's not like strict on the rules kind of thing. And when I was like, I would like to re-roll as a cleric, he's like, that's fine, whatever makes you happy. Just it's not about your class, it's how you play the character. And when he said that, I'm like, I know exactly why he let this fly, because me and the bard are very different people. So obviously we would play our warlocks completely differently, except for the fact that like specifically warlocks don't actually have a lot of moment to moment mechanical differences, right? Wizards and sorcerers and paladins actually have like a wide range of moment to moment, turn to turn mechanical differences, right? Warlocks, I mean, you pick a couple spells and you have your goddamn Eldritch Invocations, right? So I was like, well, as long as I'm picking the same Eldritch Invocations, oh, he is picking the same Eldritch Invocations. Holy shit. Is he reading my character sheet? I don't think so. Also, you can look at somebody's character sheet on D&D Beyond. Are you sure? I don't think you can. You can? Okay. Campaign. Here's the thing. Characters. I'm clicking on it and I can't see their sheet. I think the DM made it private. But yeah. It's like the same class out of 12, the same subclass out of 4, and the same primary invocation out of 3. And it's like, come on. Come on. And so here's the most annoying thing is like, I believe this is actually like legitimately a coincidence and just no one cares but me. Right? I don't think they're copying me. I think this was their master plan. Um, and the fact that I wanted to do all of these things simultaneously is a coincidence. But it was a coincidence that could have been like effortlessly avoided. Oh. So 1000 Tomatoes says, yeah, just talk. Just talk doesn't work when someone lies. It doesn't work. Also, no, 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 no. Faye Blackwell VT says, I don't know, man. His warlock wanting to be an influencer feels incredibly personal. I don't think that is either. I think he got warlock influencer from a series of popular D&D accounts on TikTok and YouTube who came up with goofy ideas for character ideas in Dungeons and Dragons, such as lawful good necromancer or chaotic evil angelic warlock or warlock who has to listen to Twitch chat as their patron deity, etc. Um, I think chaotic evil angelic warlock is really funny. I think that one's really good. And if I was like more interested in playing an angelic warlock, I might have gone for it. No, self-war can opener. That's not Lucifer. A chaotic, evil, angelic warlock is a fucking psychopath who made a deal with an angel. So they're like, I would like to burn the orphanage down. And then their patron is like, no, you will lose your powers. You must help the orphans. And they're like, I don't want to. Like basically the inverse of your usual warlock relationship. Anyway, I'm going to thank some people. Quick Anims gifted 5 subs. Thanks, Quick Anims. I love you. Oink, oink. Yay. No Brev sub. Thank you. So did Immortan Zoe. Thank you. You know, it's funny. I was always terrified of playing D&D with my friends for many years, even though they had a campaign going on for like, I don't know, 5-6 years, because I didn't want to screw it up. And now that I've gone out and played D&D in meat space, I'm like, I may have misjudged things. New Millennium says, I'm stuck on why they lied about playing as another class the entire time. 6 sessions in, that's outrageous. I think it's only 4 sessions, but they want it to be a big reveal. They want it to be a big reveal so bad that they just mentioned it offhand on the ride home. I get the feeling that the D&D session itself is the backstory to the fan fiction that is showing up in my Facebook Messenger every week, instead of the other way around. Is the fan fiction good? No. Shikari 21 sub, thank you. So to Kangamosa and Coco Exo. So to Avrin TV and Zelhesia. Thanks, guys. Did I read it? Fuck no, I didn't read that shit. If you wanted to role play, do it in the session. You read it? Seriously, Paige? Oh. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. And Paige would know. She knows all about shitty fan fiction. No, I'm not going to read it to you now, Spider-Man. That's a gross invasion of privacy. That's immoral. Oh, hello, little baby dog. I love you. Oh. I love him. Oh, he's so sweet. Huge Manatee kicked in $8. Thanks, Huge Manatee. I think the reason Kamiya wanted to do Okami too is because he saw Breath of the Wild and went, I can do that. I don't think that's the reason at all. I think Capcom was getting... I think he was getting really frustrated with Platinum. And he was like, hey, Capcom, you guys want to do Okami too? And Capcom was like, yeah, why not? Fuck it. Anyway, so like here's the thing, right? So Paige is doing the talking to the DM about the rudeness, right? Because if I was the one talking to the DM, I'd be like, listen, I know I'm new at D&D, but if that motherfucker talks over me again, I'm gonna get up and fucking I'm gonna flip the fucking table and scream. So it is good that Paige will be the diplomatic one. This is good. Zura Arturia kicked in us up. Happy holidays, Pat and the family. Also, a welcome to the nameless Pug the Puggles. Hope everyone's doing well. Can't wait to watch the streams on my vacation. Also, Pat, I remember you asking me about Castlevania Bloodlines. That one is a personal favorite due to making the Bram Stoker novel canon to Castlevania. The first time you hear Michiru Yamane composer work. Have fun today. Yeah, Bloodlines is awesome. It's great. It's good stuff. It's good shit. Devi Devilman says, Pat, I just showed up to talk over you. Yeah, but you can't. You're only a chat person. Do ba ba da ba hey. So like, here's the thing, right? And I know somebody said like, this behavior is a symptom of the autism. And it's like, I don't think that's true at all, because I think if you're playing D&D, 50 to 100% of the people at the table are going to have autism. So any given behavior is like already accounted for statistically. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, it's got this weird thing poking out of my bag. Oh my goodness. Oh, and he's so sweet. Oh. Woo. Like Kai 9 kicked in $5. Thank you. You should make the class change canonical. Like your guy's so upset that someone's cramping his style that he finds God out of protest. So here's the thing. This is where it's going to get really interesting. I'm not going to tell the bard that I've changed classes at all until I cast a spell. Why would I? Oh, I've already told the DM, Paige. Right? He gave me the okay to redo it, the whole thing. Right? And so here's the fun thing. In the session, because we're doing carnival shit in the Witchlight, the only things my character did that were class-based was cast 1 instance of the Friends cantrip and 4 instances of guidance. Right? We didn't fight anything. I didn't cast any spells. I didn't use a spell slot, etc. Which means there's no continuity error if I'm just like my guy was a cleric the whole time. Right? Which means that later, if the bard was like, well, maybe I want to do a cleric or whatever, they will look completely insane. They will look like a absolute insane person. Just completely batshit. Oh my god, this dog is so cute. I can't. Okay, I have to roll back to show you what the dog is doing. Okay. Yeah, he's so tired from a big day of literally nothing. Literally nothing. He has done nothing. Steb the V kicked in a sub. Thanks, Steb. Due to recent events this month and the doohickey gun guy, people who have said you shouldn't idolize the Punisher would absolutely idolize the Punisher if it was real, and hate Spider-Man because he's friends with CEOs. I mean, vigilante justice is always appealing in concept, right? The problem with vigilante justice is that its aim is bad. Right? So like when you see somebody who's like the most guilty, murderous piece of shit child molester guy in the world get theirs, right? It's really easy to go, yeah, we should do that more often. But then you have to think about like false positives are high and standards are low, right? Like technically, like racist American lynchings are a form of vigilante justice for the time. And I don't think anyone, well, I don't think anyone in this chat is going to be like, yeah, we should bring that back. So like the problem with the Punisher is the Punisher has a superpower. The Punisher has a genuine unwritten superpower, and that is Frank never gets it wrong. Like people become evil after he shoots them. Right? Which is not a realistic scenario. Oh, this dog's so sweet. But some CEOs are nice. You know what some nice CEOs? Ben and Jerry's. They seem cool. Go look up the story about making grape ice cream. The Costco CEO's all right. Yeah. Oh, that Costco CEO story is great. Just like I will come across this table and fucking kill you if you raise the price of that hot dog. Great. I love it. Sirius Bichon kicked in a 500 bits. Thank you. Hey, Pat, sorry you're being one guide in D&D. FYI, you can go with witches on Etsy to curse people, just in case. So there's a guy on TikTok that's awesome. I don't remember his name, but I do admire his gumption because he's like an asshole skeptic that was like, all right, TikTok witches, your shit's fake. Curse me. All of you curse me simultaneously. Come on, come at me. Fuck my shit up. Curse my shit. And then would just post like every single day. Yeah, not cursed. Nothing. I love it. I love it because he's putting his money where his mouth is. Right? Right? Where it's like, hey, do you really not believe in hauntings and ghosts or whatever? Just be like, yeah, haunt me. Haunt me. Like Wooly. Wooly doesn't believe in ghosts. So what does he do? He antagonizes the ghosts that he doesn't believe are there. So if Wooly gets haunted, I mean, really, it's his just desserts. Right? And now he's haunted by PC ghosts. Shark Missile kicked in a sub. Which vegetable do you think would make the best getaway driver? Oh, there's a pun here. There's a pun here, and I'm not getting it. A banana. Banana would be the best getaway driver because they know how to split. Vegetable. Shit. I got too excited. Fuck. I tried. Kai9 kicked in $10. Thanks, Kai. Hey, yeah, I'm leaving the Beelzebub firm because management is just letting anyone in these days. And make it so that finding out this guy is why you broke your warlock pet and treat him like an annoying ex-coworker. So, those are interesting. However, one of those things, it's like, okay, if this was a person I thought was really funny and interesting and this happened, I might be willing to roll with it and be like, haha, we're competing, we're coworkers, whatever. However, when someone on Blue Sky suggested, hey, why don't you play like a coworker situation with this person? I said, I would rather have my character kill themselves on the spot and completely start over. Because I don't want to have more interactions. I want less interactions. Right? Party infighting is really bad too. You know what? This is a no PvP party. And that's smart. That's smart. Because if there was PvP, this would have escalated immediately. Immediately. Now, that being said, if I make it to level 5 as a light cleric, I can cast Fireball on myself. And whoever happens to be nearby can get hit by that. And maybe I'll give my cleric a lot of constitution. Just, you know what? Just standing there with a holy symbol crackling with fire going, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Just jamming the symbol in my mouth. I'm going to do it. Lathander, turn me into your flaming instrument. I probably missed it, but did you explain why you're switching from Warlock to Cleric? So, Nightwolf, that was the first 40 minutes of today's stream. That I had a extraordinarily lengthy explanation on that exact topic. So you can just rewind that shit or whatever, and it's right there. What's my deity? I don't know. Probably Lathander. He's cool. Nidu Furin kicked in the $5. Thanks, Nidu. Hey, Pat. I'm being forced off of work for 2 weeks due to Christmas, New Year's, due to being a temp. But by the time I return, I'll be full time with real tangible benefits for the first time. I'm also 30 now in 5 hours. Yippee, yippee. Get those bennies. Amish Bear sub. Thanks, Amish Bears. Appreciate it. Dollar Shave Club a Baby Seal kicked in $5. Thanks, man. Would you ever watch Dimension 20? It's much shorter than Critical Role, and their DM, Brennan, is a genius. In the season called Never Stop Blowing Up, he gives the players an ability where if they roll a nat 20, they become DM for 60 seconds. So, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to give out my most controversial Dungeons and Dragons take as somebody who has recently started playing Dungeons and Dragons and is also a content creator / influencer. I think Matt Mercer has done more to ruin D&D than literally anyone in the history of the world. I think Critical Role is super cool. I don't care about it, and I don't want to watch it. But I think creating an entire legion of people who want to pretend they're Matt Mercer, despite not being professional actors, has been disastrous. Disastrous. It is also focused on a extreme push towards mechanical ambivalence, which is stupid. D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, it's in the name, has 40 to 60% of all rules regarding specified character interactions and combat and spell lists and cover and grappling, right? If you would like to play a game that is focused entirely on role play, there are like 100 plus competing systems you could play that don't focus on mechanics. Or you could play something that's mechanically focused but doesn't focus on combat. You could start getting into you could get into GURPS. You could get into GURPS. You're not going to get into GURPS, but you could get into GURPS. And if you're a psychopath who's like, D&D is for fucking pussies, I need rules governing literally every single mechanical interaction that could exist, Pathfinder's right there as D&D for crackheads, right? And to move on, I don't really care for Mercer's style at all. I'm not interested at all. I'm bored. But every single time I see Brennan Lee Mulligan talk, I'm totally enamored by his ideas and methods and points of view on how to run a game. Everything he says is just interesting. Right? Liam O'Brien and Laura Bailey always incense me with their VO. Maybe this is going to make me seem like a massive asshole. So please check my fucking brain privilege if need be. I'm serious. I'm not even joking. That's not memery. As a professional talker, D&D with other professional talkers has no value to me at all. At all. It means nothing. Like so what? Like I find Laura Bailey like crushing it as a voice actor on the fly just as endearing as like the guy in my D&D group who like mispronounces shit all the time, just freeballing it with his dumb a fairy character, and trying not to fucking laugh because he's doing so much stupid shit, right? Like the actual professional presentation of it just means nothing. But when Brennan Lee Mulligan is like, what if I gave everyone a bomb? I'm like, all right, you know what? Okay. Right? What if I had a game where everyone was a different animal pretending they're a human and each player thought that they were the only one doing it? Like, okay, yeah, sure. You know what? Fuck it. All right. That sounds like Whose Line shit? Yeah, why not? Let's make believe. It really is a triumph of the human condition that I can be encountering drama in my Tuesday night make-believe sessions. Hey, Spider-Man kicked in $5. Thanks, man. One D&D nightmare story I had was a group that constantly talked over the DM, interrupted their description with AI-generated pics of an NPC he just introed, and DM's GF was there but didn't want to play, but didn't want to sit out either. Oh! Oh! All of those are terrible. Oh. Lasted one session and then dipped, yeah. This whole thing just makes me more like consider one day in the far future, in a couple of years when I have more experience, DMing myself, because I believe in just killing your players outright if they're fucking around. You want to steal the... Okay, you know what? A dragon killed you. You're dead. Yeah, sure, you can roll. No, you're still dead. Fuck off. Yeah. Yeah, no, a dragon showed up and killed you. And then it casts Disintegrate on your corpse, and you can't be resurrected. You're done. You're done. Oh, yeah, also, everyone in your backstory died because you got cursed. Yeah. The party can now divvy up your items. And they can use it. You can use the items without attunement. That's great. Now I'm just power tripping. Yeah, man. If somebody is like an intentionally disruptive asshole over and over and over and over at the table, then they should just, their character should just be horribly maimed or die. Are you guys familiar with the, it was very popular a little while ago. It was the tabletop RPG horror story that was the rogue woke up in the middle of the night and soloed the entire dungeon and got all the gear while the party was doing a long rest. And they just rolled really well and just powered through their levels of exhaustion. And the general takeaway, so like everyone at the table had to just sit there for 40 minutes while the rogue played the dungeon by themselves. And I'm just like, the DM should have just been like, you get attacked by 45 ogres simultaneously and they eat you. Like, why would you tolerate that nonsense? Well, I rolled good enough. Yeah, well, I'm the arbiter of fate, so die. Stupid. Yeah, that strawberry monster is pretty great. All right. Well, thanks for talking with me, guys. I hope you had fun talking about the Dungeons and Dragons. And interpersonal relationships. Kane Hywen says, just wondering. I played KOTOR 1 and 2 20 times, and I'm playing Dragon Age Origins, and it seems so much harder. Is that normal, or am I just bad at CRPGs? So what you are discovering is a form of expertise and recency bias, Kane, because you literally don't remember how difficult KOTOR 1 and 2 were the first time you played them. You now only remember sleepwalking through them because you know everything in it. Also, Dragon Age Origins is significantly harder than both of those games. It just is. Well, if Paige, if you're still here, let me know how the DM responds to your queries about the social aspects of Dungeons and Dragons. Hey, little baby, how are you doing? Oh, are you sleepy? All right, with baby check. You still eeping? Yes. Mwah. Oh, that's an eepy baby. Oh, I love you. Oh.
And I also went back and played some D&D, and I have a D&D story for you, Wooly, that I would love to hear your opinion on. So if you'll excuse me, little caboose. Mwah. Okay, bye.
Okay, wait.
All
no,
right, so in our group, there's the DM, there's me, there's Paige, there's the paladin and the fighter, which are not part of this story.
I heard.
And then there's a third person. Let's call them Jimmy. Let's just give them the fake name of Jimmy.
Random name out of the ether.
Random name.
Okay, I heard some drama went down. Let's go.
So we do session 0, and in session 0, we're all like, hey, I'm going to be paladin. Hi, I'm going to be this, that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to do that. And I sit there and I say, hey.
I'm taking notes.
I have a bunch of different ways I can play my character, everybody. The only thing I want to know, what are you playing so that I don't play the exact same character? And I speak to the DM about like my idea, and I go, all I want is to not play like the same class as somebody else. If there's a paladin, I don't want to be a second paladin. If there's a cleric, I don't want to be the second cleric, right?
That's your only specified.
That is my only ask because it is my first game.
Okay.
Right? And then I ask Jimmy, hey man, what are you going to be playing? And they won't tell me what race their character is, which is kind of weird right off the bat, and actually just refuses. And then says, I'm thinking of playing a bard-like character. I go, okay. I'm not playing a bard. I want to play a warlock. And that works out well. We've got a paladin, a fighter, a sorcerer, a warlock, and a bard. Okay, great. Now that's a lot of cha. That's a lot of charisma. But okay, fine. And then we all roll our stats and talk about our stats and where we're going to put our stats. And, I'm going to put this here. And that goes fairly well. And then we run 3 or 4 sessions in which Jimmy has a problem. And the problem with Jimmy is that Jimmy is a DM for other games. And that is a problem because when I turn to the DM of our game and go, hey, am I rolling insight or this or that, or how does that work? Jimmy jumps ahead before the DM can say anything and answers for him, which then precludes me going, no, but DM, what is the answer to my question?
Okay, a little overeager on that.
And also, he also gets some stuff wrong, so it's not even like particularly helpful as like an answer. And then
eager and wrong.
So kind of like me sometimes, honestly.
Gotcha. Okay.
But on top of that, when other people are role playing, he starts to role play his character on top of your scene by just talking over you.
Okay. Okay.
Right?
While you're talking.
Yeah, while you're talking.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
interrupting you to talk about your thing. Okay. And it's not too bad.
And again, these are private sessions, right? These are just you guys just playing together.
These are in meat space.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
And I should mention that he talks over Paige more specifically.
Huh.
And Paige happens to be the only lady at the table. I don't know if that has to do with it, but who knows?
Interesting observation. Okay.
Right? So, okay. So we continue, blah, blah, blah. And after so he's not super active unless someone else is talking. And then in the Facebook group chat that we use to schedule it, we'll just dump like 2,000 word pieces of fan fiction about what their character did when we couldn't see them.
Okay. Got it.
Right?
Okay.
Like pages of shit. And it's like, okay.
That's crucial. That's big. Okay.
So then we go to the last session that we were at. Okay. So me and Paige don't know some of the players here very well, right? They're people that showed up for the game. Like we know the DM fairly well, but we don't know the paladin fairly well, right?
Yeah.
So the paladin starts telling us stories about his ex-wife. And these are crazy. These are crazy stories, and we are like enraptured. And we're making a rapport, and we're having a good time. And this is the beginning of the session. This is the setup, right? So like the DM is like in the toilet. I think he was taking a shit while we're discussing this, right? So, making friends, chatting it up, that kind of thing. And Jimmy slams his hands on the table, goes, guys, we only get so much time to do D&D a week. Can we please just focus on Dungeons and Dragons? To which I say, dude, and I say, I think it was, DM is inherently social experience. Like, we're having a social experience. Also, the DM is not in the room.
My God.
We're not slowing down
the
the game because he's not here.
Oh,
and he
shit.
stands up and he mutters under his breath what I think he said was, guess I'm just a fucking asshole then, and storms out of the room to go angrily smoke weed outside.
Okay. Got it.
And he comes back in high as balls.
Oh no.
Like nothing happened. Like that interaction didn't occur.
Oh no, the road trip is already on its way. Everyone got in the car and we're moving.
Yeah.
We're going.
So
you didn't know who was getting in the car.
So, hey, can we please focus on D&D? I say it's social. Paige says, hey, don't worry about it. And then on the way out, he mutterly angry, like mainly to Paige, but guess I'm just a fucking asshole, and go like panic smoke some reefer.
Does the DM weigh in at all?
So DM is coming back into the room as this is happening and was like, huh?
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
All right, so the session starts straight up. This is the talky overest, interruptingest session of all. It is so extreme that, okay, so I'm gonna back up. You know me and Paige fairly well. We don't have problems with conflict, particularly speaky, talky conflict, right? Mm-hmm. But this is a D&D game, and this is like a new group of people, and we don't want to do that thing that we do where we just solve the problem, right?
Okay.
Because then this person will just dip.
Okay.
And then it might be like a whole thing.
Where
right?
you're socially feeling out.
We're being real careful not to step on toes and be kind and
normal,
right?
Being normal. Yes. Okay.
But it got so bad that I had to at one point go, I am asking the DM for his ruling on the rules. I'm not asking you, first of all, I'm not talking to you, but I'm not asking you for the rules as written. I'm asking the DM what his decision is on this rule because he's the fucking arbiter of the table.
Oh my
right?
God. Okay.
So that all ends up, but whatever. We actually have a really good time, all things considered. And then at the end, hey, we're using milestone XP, so we level up. This is the first level up. We're going from 1 to 2. It's a big deal. It's a good milestone. And we go, yay, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay. So then we're driving home because Paige is picking up and driving Jimmy and one of the other guys because they don't have cars. So we're doing them the favor by bringing them to the D&D location. And I'm sitting passenger and Jimmy is sitting directly behind me, right? This is important. So I go, oh, cool. We're going to level up. What are you guys going to do with your level ups? Right? Because I have this, and that, and you have this, and that. And the fighter starts talking about what they want to do and they get action surge and they're excited about having action surge. It's very normal, right? And I say, oh, I'm probably going to put points into this. And the Jimmy says, oh, well, you know what? I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it because all I have to attack is Eldritch Blast. And I go, but you're playing a bard. You don't have Eldritch Blast. He goes, well, maybe I'm playing a warlock. And I go, well, I'm playing a warlock. Well, what subclass are you going to be playing? He's like, oh, I was thinking about Great Old One Warlock. And I go, I'm playing Great Old One Warlock. I talked about this at session 0. And I go, okay, so what? Okay, so I'm like trying to figure out. I'm like, so what invocations are, because the main thing you would get as a warlock to differentiate yourself is invocations.
No.
What invocations are you going for? And he goes, I'm thinking about Pact of the Tome because there's a lot of good cantrips in there. And I go, that's the one that I picked, and you know that because I've been using those cantrips. Like, and I'm just
yep.
Like, out of 12 classes, it's mine. Out of 4 subclasses, it's mine. Out of 12 invocations, it's mine. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, the same character. Like, this is like mechanically, this is it's the same. It's the same character.
Yeah.
And I get home and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to pull out my phone. I'm going to go onto the Facebook. I'm going to go, hey, what skills, like deception or are you aiming for? Because I was planning to be a skill monkey.
Entertain the farce further, by all means.
And he goes, oh, well, just if you don't want overlap, just don't be sneaky or sleight of hand or anything like that, because I'm going to go for a disguise character. And I'm like, so my whole character's backstory is that he's poor, so he has a stealth advantage. And I was the one who did all the sleight of hand checks over the past 3 sessions. So like, so it's everything. It is literally every single mechanical decision that could be is the same. And
there's been 3 sessions so far, so there's been a chance for all this to be discovered by the whole group, and everyone knows the deal.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay. So So let's stop here. Let's stop the story here.
Sure.
I was in bed staring at my ceiling, just like fuming, like falling asleep, pissed off.
Okay.
Just like outraged.
You, first of all, for your first game ever, this is the worst possible beat. This sucks because this guy exists, right?
A detail of importance. Most of us are using the D&D Beyond app. The D&D Beyond app in the campaign menu lists your character's name, profile picture, class, HP, passive perception, etc. Right? So it's visible. It's clearly visible. Except this Jimmy just isn't actually using the app. He's just singularly deciding not to use the app because of secret.
All right. My verdict is Yimby. That is.
Oh, I knew you were drawing Yimby. I knew it.
That is what I have decided. That is what I'm calling right here. So you have unfortunately just landed. You rolled a 1 in terms of luck on
absolutely bananas.
The person you're going to be playing the fucking game with. That's crazy. Insane and sucks because you hear stories about this type of game from people who play.
Multiple different subtypes of that guy combined into one.
And like, I what I can't tell is, are you hearing like a petulant bitch who's mad about getting a talking to, right? And the fan fiction and all that not being taken seriously, and just the you know, like, is this retaliatory, or is it just that's cool, I'm that, right?
So
is it just the actual child brain?
So I'm of the belief. So there's a detail that I didn't put out that his character is pretending to be a bard as a warlock because their character, ever since they were a little child, has dreamt of being a in-universe influencer, which has also raised a heckle. Now, what I believe is happening here is that this person, influencer warlock, has been a meme over the past year.
Okay.
I don't know. You're probably not familiar with that. But influencer warlock has become a meme alongside stuff like lawful good necromancer and chaotic evil warlock who has an angel as a patron. Just like
sure.
Funny build,
bits. Yeah, meme
right?
builds. Yeah, okay.
So I believe that this is a combination of a wild lack of originality and horrible coincidence. And here's where the horrible coincidence comes in, because my options in this kind of interpersonal conflict are go up top, talk to the DM, see how this can be resolved. I asked the DM, hey man, so I asked you in person 4 times that all I wanted was to have a unique character. Did you know that he was rolling this thing? And he's like, yeah, but since your characters are different, I didn't think it would be a problem. And I go, but it is a problem. And I'll admit, I typed out like an essay.
Sure.
I typed like, you know, when you're like, when you got it,
yep,
and you're like, fuck it.
Yep.
I typed out this massive essay that's like, but now my mechanical and narrative opportunities in this D&D game are as the other warlock, which is not appealing to me. But also, the 2 primary ways to deal with this type of double class situation is either to have characters be entwined in their backstory like coworkers, or intentionally antagonistic style rivals, which I don't want to do because I don't like this person because they keep talking over me.
Right. And
like if Paige and I wanted to roll double wizard, yeah, I'll fucking like shit fight double wizard all day because it's my wife and I know how to back and forth with her, right?
And how did our captain respond over here?
So,
is he gonna fix it? Or did he not notice the dead pixel?
The DM offered profuse apologies.
Okay.
And we actually ran into him at the grocery store like this morning.
Okay.
Not planned, just like, oh, hey, man. And the long and short of it is that I get a free reroll on the whole character. Because we both, everyone is aware that trying to force Jimmy to change anything about his character is going to result in some kind of interpersonal disaster. And I am just gonna fucking dodge that bullet right now. And I just completely rebuilt the entire character and changed what I needed to change in the background to be a cleric instead. There's no cleric. I kept all my roles from the original session and I reslotted them and I changed the backstory to be appropriate.
Okay.
So on top of that, the DM feels very bad that while also like not like allowing this to happen, he actually disallowed a character race for Paige's character because it would require more work. But now he realizes that he could fix it. So Paige is going to be able to change her character to something much more appropriate at a later date in some narrative event. So she's super happy about it. And like we're tweaking all the backstory and all that crap so that it works.
Okay.
I have also gone to the trouble of writing in some racism into my character's backstory because Jimmy is clearly playing as a changeling, which is a type of fae, and we're playing a campaign in the Fey Wilds. So I'm just going to insert some anti-Fey racism into my character's backstory, which is going to give me a narrative and mechanical reason as the only party member with healing to just never, ever heal this person for the entire campaign. Just never.
Okay. That's a hell of a response, Salvo. So here's the thing, I guess. You're a part of a group, right?
Yeah.
So there are others who are perceiving this bullshit going down and like can see what's happening, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do they have feelings on the matter? Like
Paladin has doesn't come with us in the car, so he missed like 99% of this.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the fighter is too chill. You know those people that are just like too chill?
Okay.
That like kind of let everything go and always have like a smile. Like he's just super chill.
Because like I mean I know like circumstances you know you don't. You do what you can with what you got and you roll with the punches, which you have designed here. For me, just based on the types of stories that I know about people that behave that way, and like that from friends I know that play D&D as well and have talked about these types of people, like the get out and storm out of the room person is like they leave or we all leave. Like that's
so here's where I'm at.
You can't play nicely with that person because inside no lessons will be learned. The same mistakes not only will continue to be made, but they just escalate because that person's an asshole. And there's just no getting along.
Here's where I'm at. This is a slightly more complex situation than I'm usually dealt with.
Yeah.
The D&D community in my area, lots of people know each other. And with this being my first game, I do not want literally my first game ever to be marked with me forcing someone to get kicked out or storm out.
Understandable. Absolutely.
It will follow me forever.
That is a very, very shitty outcome to, starting this out. A bad beat roll.
Now, what we can do is finish this campaign, and when they're like, "Do you want to take these characters and roll them into like, what's the space one? Starfinder, whatever. I forget the name. Spelljammer." I'll be like, "Nah," and then just workshop a new game with the DM with a highly similar group of people.
Yeah.
Maybe plus or minus.
Sure.
A little bit.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Roll with. Do what you got to do. And
there's like two bonus details here that I did not know until Paige told me, because Paige is like more into the chat boards and whatnot in our community. And that's basically Jimmy routinely goes, "Hey man, does anyone want to play Blood Bowl?" in like the massive group chat to crickets. And that was
people
now
know.
That is more clear
people
as to why that is.
People know. Yeah, there's no way people don't know. That much is clear. And the other thing is like, please look forward to the session where the two characters in game are talking at each other and it stops being meta, and the real conversation starts happening in game.
So you know what the fun thing is that like somebody in the chat said, "Wow, this guy must really suck to cosplay racism." And the fun thing is that I actually really hate the Fae in Dungeons and Dragons specifically.
Oh.
That like race / enemy type is my most hated monster type of all. They're awful because their whole kit revolves around crowd control, which means that when you fight them, you lose control of your character and your turns get skipped. And you have to play all their little, oh, I didn't say this and it's iron and all this shit. Like, I fucking hate the Fae for real. So I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to put my real fake racism into my fake real character.
You are anti-Fae. And you are marching loudly.
That's good. I like that. Also, because I'm playing a light cleric, this means if we do hit 5th level, I will be able to cast Fireball, which means I can cast Fireball incorrectly to humorous effect. Because Fireball is a 40 by 40 foot cube of flame. Which I'll save you casting it on somebody in melee range means that mistakes can occur with 8d6.
And Paige is also around for if things ever get a little too heated. she can throw out a healing spell as needed here and there.
The system that is the DM should handle it, because if the DM doesn't handle it, then I will handle it. If I don't handle it, the wife will handle it. And we want to stay away from that course of events. That is the last resort.
It's oh my god, wow, yeah. Again, I just
playing with other people in person is just so interesting.
I mean, I've heard about that person in the group of people I know that plays that were like, oh fuck that, never again. In fact, some of the old Club Space people know some of the same people and such. So you might even know.
Some of the old Club Space people are some of the same.
Exactly. So you might even know, but it's just like, yeah, that's the worst possible introduction, man. That sucks.
So I am currently super excited for the next session.
Okay.
I'm so excited. Okay. Like, I'm excited to play a game, and I'm excited to fucking rubberneck my own life. But there is a genuinely just super very happy ending to this. So I have a bunch of friends that I play the Final Fantasy 14 with, and they all run D&D campaigns constantly and have been for years. And I've always been invited, but I never went because of my experience in my 20s where people telling me that I ruined their campaigns. I was like, well, I don't want to ruin my friends' campaigns, right?
Okay.
Now that I have been in a D&D campaign with that guy and been like, oh, that fear was totally unfounded, I have reached out to my buds and be like, the next time you guys run a campaign, if there's a spot, put me in, coach. I would very much appreciate that. So that is going to be in the near future.
Okay. Yeah, I think the most telling bit is the like DM like paragraphs, you know, off game time. Like, that's where you're at. Like, that's the person that's like, everyone, I'm a protagonist and I should be like, that's the focus that they want it to be on. That's what they're hoping everybody's reading and keeping up with.
I'm actually the hero, but I don't have the personal confidence to act out all this in front of a table full of people. So I'm going to just type it in a Facebook Messenger.
And it really is that, like, oh, something cool someone else did? No, I did that. It's my main character is a hedgehog that moves really fast, actually.
So I'll tell you what, though. There is a
but it's yellow.
Line. This is a very strange situation because I was planning on playing what's called a Goo Warlock, a Great Old One Warlock. I'm familiar with the class mechanically and what we are likely to encounter. There is a line in the sand that I will drop this game on.
Okay.
Great Old One Warlock has the potential for the worst main character party griefing possible, because at level 3 they gain the ability to telepathically communicate with anyone they want, which means if the player wants to and the DM does not stop them, they can initiate conversations with NPCs that the rest of the party can't hear, which means we will be forced to sit there and listen to a one-way conversation for however long it has to be. And if that starts to occur, I am out of there.
Well,
I am gone.
On the plus side, fortunately, since they don't have an original thought in their head, they're not going to be able to think of that type of thing.
Maybe not, yeah.
Unless, of course, current clip notwithstanding, you just put the idea in the ether and it might land on ears that might suddenly get the idea. But regardless,
I don't think that's
then yeah, right? The entire setup, the whole thing is you thought of something that you're doing with your character, and someone that can't think of that just goes, I made this. So what you're thinking of might not necessarily occur within the brain that didn't put the rest of it together. That's quite that's something. That's something.
Oh yeah, D&D in person is super fun.
Yeah, man.
It's so interesting.
The lowest rung on your ladder is my highest. Wow.
Guys,
Okay.
D&D, am I right? Who here loves D&D? D&D is so fun. I'm really enjoying it. I am so excited to have Pat in a campaign with me. It's going so well. Like, we are having like the greatest time. Well, we're getting the full experience at D&D. Merry Crimbo to you. Merry Crimbo. Happy Chrysler. So, well, hold on. So, how do I put this? So, I've played with most of these people in my last campaign that had to end because 2 players left, and then we all just voted like, man, we'll just call it a day, and that we started this new one. We're in Wilds Beyond the Witchlight. It's going really well. Last week was session 3. We are now in the Fey Wilds, and as soon as we stepped through a magical portal to the place, boom, that's sometime this week. I think we're gonna try to play again. I played with most of these guys. I want to preface this by saying I know how it seems Pat and I are like very like blah, blah, blah. I'm very accommodating when I work with people, when I'm in a group project, a collaborative situation. I really like making sure other people are comfortable, et cetera, et cetera. Pat's the same way. There is this person, yeah, perhaps even when we should not be. So allow me to explain. There is an individual who is, okay, Pat told this story on his show. Sorry, I am so tired. I'm sorry. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to get my thoughts together because I'm trying to like, it's also, sorry. It's good for me to talk this out because I'm actually having a meeting about it with the DM tonight. That's an update. So Pat, sorry, I'm not like going to cry or anything. I'm just trying to get my thoughts together because I'm I'm so close. I'm going to wean this baby and then I'm going to be back on Adderall. So I have my brain back. Love that baby. Okay. There is a person who I'll call Billy. Call him Billy, right? And Billy, I played with last time. He is a very excited person. He loves D&D. D&D is his special interest. Billy loves, he just loves D&D. And I support that. And he's very experienced. He's a very experienced player. He eats, sleeps, breathes it. And I think that's great. During our last campaign, he tended to no, it's not Min. He tended to talk over everyone, but especially me. And I was the only woman in the last campaign, and I'm the only woman in this one. And at first I was kind of it wasn't so bad. But there were a couple times where I had to be like, hey, Billy, I'm still talking. Or I'd be like, oh, hey, DM, can you, is it true that whatever? And Billy would go, well, and then he would respond all of the time. And I'd be like, I wanted to hear it from DM though. Right. But it wasn't outrageous. It was annoying. Hold on. I haven't even gotten there yet. It was annoying. It was weird. But I was like, hey, this person is so invested. And so I just never said anything. I was like, I'll suck it up. Whatever. Listen, I like to cause mischief, not problems. So I'm just gonna sit on my hands and just be like, all right, whatever. Listen, when I play D&D, I'm having a glass of wine or a little bit of Bloody Caesar. I'm chill. I'm having a great time. I'm just happy to be in the room. So the campaign ended, blah, 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 because 2 people had to leave, which was such a bummer. They're lovely people, though. We're still pals. And then it was like, okay, shoot. Well, there we go. We had to start this new one, and Pat came in, so excited. The whole time, Billy is, I guess, extra excited. A Bloody Caesar is similar to a Bloody Mary, except a Bloody Caesar has clamato juice instead of tomato juice. And clamato juice is just tomato juice with some clam juice in it. And I know that sounds super gross, but it adds just a little bit of depth to a Caesar. It's incredible. It's delightful. I'm starting to salivate thinking about it. It's probably my favorite cocktail. I don't know. I really like, if I had to choose between a Caesar and a Bloody Caesar and a Bloody Mary, I think I would choose the Mary, but only because, I don't know. I can't get a Bloody Mary in Canada. I can't get one. They're just oh, we only have Clamato, and it's Bloody Caesar, and it's good. It's just not, I don't know. I prefer. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Story. Okay. So Billy is so excited. Session 0. Pat was extremely straightforward. Oh, before session 0, we're talking about it online. We have group chat, and Pat's big thing is, hey, what's everyone's class? It's my first campaign. It really would mean a lot if I am just different from what everyone else is going to be. It's really important to Pat that he's just different. He just wants to be separate, because he was thinking, oh, I'll be a warlock or a cleric. He wasn't sure. But then he was like, yeah. I'll just choose that based on what everyone else is going to do. And shoot, I'm missing you guys. What in the hell? I don't know why. There we go. Okay. No overlapping class is a totally normal request. That's what he wanted, right? And he asked, I think, no less than 4 times, because Billy would not say. So we thought, well, maybe we'll know at session 0. Session 0 comes around. What is session 0? Session 0 is where you go to discuss your expectations. You can sign off on things you do consent to, things you don't. Billy is like, hey, I don't want anything too sexual. And we were like, hell yeah, that's fine. He's like, I don't want anything too gory. And we were like, that's fine. Totally no problem. And the DM agreed and we agreed and was like, yeah, no problem. Like, you know, I don't plan on having our characters do anything too sexual in a weird, you know, campaign with people I don't super know well. And I don't know, it's weird. I don't know. I don't know what it would have been like had we not all agreed on that. But I didn't have any plans. But okay. Session 0 is like the first episode of a Wooly versus LP where he doesn't play the game. Hey now, that's okay. And we support his choices. We support however he likes to start his streams and his LPs, okay? None of that. So, I like those episodes too. So, and so it's really good. You get your expectations out, etc. Pat asked again, hey guys, what's everybody playing? And so we're starting at level 1, and level 3 is when you kind of get your subclass, right? For most of them. And everybody talked about it, Billy was super tight-lipped. He's like, oh, I think I'll be, you know, well, right? He would not say what race he was, even though like it was obvious to me as soon as, but he was like, I think I'm just going to play like a kind of a bard. And it's like, okay, no problem. And here's the thing. He said that. And it was like, okay, well, because I was considering being a bard or a sorcerer, right? So, but I was really, truly like, I just didn't know. So I was like, you know what? I'll round things out. Then I'll be a sorcerer. No problem. Zero problems. So I was like, yeah, okay, I've solidified that I want to be a sorcerer. And Pat was like, okay, he's going to be a bard. You know what? I'm just going to be, you know, a warlock. I'll be a warlock, right? And then Pat was like, I want to be specifically a warlock, Gulak, great old one, Path of the Tome, right? With a certain series of spells, right? Keep that in mind. So we're on session 3 now. The past 3 sessions, technically 4 if you count like session 0, but let's 1, 2, 3. It's a good build. Pat like really. Oh, Pat says, we all rolled our stats in front of each other for honesty, and Billy definitely announced and spoke to himself, slotting them in along the bard's stats. That's true. He did. That is true. We did. We rolled in front of each other. We were allowed point by, and I think that's it. But anyway, but we were allowed to shift things like a little bit, but we had to be really forthright and honest with the DM and each other. Great, no problem. So, the next 3 sessions, right? Billy interrupts me almost every time I talk, in character or out of character. Now, in character, I don't mind. If that's kind of how it's gonna roll, then it's on me to, you know, be like, hey, you know. There's another character that tends to talk over people as well, the paladin, but he only does it in character, and it's totally in character. And you know, my character and him have like a bah, 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 and it's great. It's actually fine. Almost every time I speak out of character, like to go, to ask a question of the DM or to go, or anything, I'm getting an interruption or he's answering for the DM, and it's really kind of odd, right? But like I can, you know, okay, fine. You know, that's what's going on. But it's because I remember it happening last time, but it keeps happening. And did you say I'm not asking you? So I want to say this. I'm not a rug, right? But I have to be careful. We're playing D&D. The autism levels at this table are high. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to cause any problems. I don't want people, you know, to feel sour feelings. You know, I really don't. And I'm usually very good. I'm very good actually at speaking to people on the spectrum, because my very narrow spicy in there, because my mom worked with people with all kinds of disabilities, and then when I was young, I also worked with people with all kinds of disabilities. So I have a little bit of experience, and I feel very confident Also, you're used to talking to a mirror. Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? First of all, I've been evaluated and I failed my autism test. Thank you. Unlike other people who aced it, I'm just saying. Thank you. Anyway. No, I've been evaluated because I remember thinking like, do I have fucking autism? No, I've been professionally evaluated by an old therapist, and then we did that test that one time on stream. You excel at autism. I'm proud of you. So anyway, yeah, no, I listen, as you know, I have ADHD. Like I'm within the realm of whatever the fuck is going on at that table, right? But however, I have the ability to read that room, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to cause problems. I'm just going to be like, hey, I was talking to the DM. When I do that, Billy like kind of gets like really kind of gets huffy. Even though the questions I'm asking are questions other people have, they're not stupid questions. I'm experienced enough to know. Oh, Caboose is just at the house. That's all. I'm experienced enough to know that I know how to play the game. I get confused sometimes, but I'm not asking stupid questions for the most part. How old is Billy? Billy is exactly the same age as Pat. So he is, 40, south of 40. So, and by the way, yeah, I don't know, Cade. That's a good question. I'm not trying to be like, oh, misogyny. That's not what I'm saying. I have no idea. Who knows? But it is just kind of like, what the fuck? He does talk over others as well, but it is very much like, I was like, am I just like, am I being the main character here? Or is it true? And Pat's like, no, it's almost always you. And then like, I paid extra special attention to it on the last session. I'm like, ooh, yeah, it's me. So there's that issue, right? I can forgive that. I can get over it. I can suck it up, sit on my hands. I have no problem. Then there comes a point where he's a very experienced player, but he doesn't really seem to role play unless someone else is talking. So if someone else is like, oh, we're in character and I'm talking to you, oh, I'm talking, and things are working out, like we're working a problem out, or we're discussing something in game as our characters, he'll be like, well, then my character, like over us, my character decides to transform into a halfling. And you're like, what the fuck, Billy? What? Okay. So I'm not explaining this well. Yeah, he's showing off he's a changeling by shifting mid-casual conversation. So during the first, like, session 0 and session 1, so by the way, I drive everyone to D&D. None of these men know how to fucking drive. That's fine. Because it's like off the beaten path. There's not really a bus that goes there. No one can drive. No one owns a car. That's fine. I get it. We're in a city. I understand. So I'm the driver. That's fine. So I have to kind of, I got to haul Pat's ass. That's fine. But then I got to haul this guy and that guy and the other guy. And then I'm going to take them all to the D&D. No, it's no men in Canada drive. I don't know what it's about. All of the women I know in Canada drive. None of their husbands, none of their boyfriends. It's very silly. I don't know. But that's fine. I'm not mad. I'm fine with it. I am more than happy. I enjoy driving. I don't know. I am a man in Canada. I can drive. Really? Ow, I just hurt myself. So, okay. I'm going somewhere. Stick with me. So, yeah, prove it. Silly. Okay. Oh, just the penis makes it hard to drive on Canadian roads. Nuts. So, okay, where am I going with this? All right. So in the car, Billy likes to tell us stuff that like should be character reveals. Like he just kind of says, he's like, oh yeah, well my character, you know, at first the character was non-binary, no problem. But then he decides that the character is actually female and uses she, they pronouns. Okay, fine, no problem. But then like exclusively she, so then it's like, well, but if, okay, it just gets like, it's this character that like their backstory also keeps changing sort of. And you're just like, okay, that's fine. Maybe you're still working it out. It's early in the session. Could not help himself but to be like, oh, you know, they might even be a changeling. And it's like, it's obviously a changeling. The character you are playing is a changeling. So maybe they're exploring, maybe Billy's exploring gender. That's fine. Great. But changing outside of session without like letting anybody know is kind of like, ooh. And then just kind of like telling us this like little bits of character reveal in the car, and it's like this should be in the session. This should be in the session. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay. More to that. So hold on to that. Then so the paladin at the table has like a really, hold on, Pat, I'm getting there. Just let me tell my story. Damn. Well, our story, but really, you got to tell it. Okay. This is my turn. So I can hear you saying that. Ooh. So, okay. So they are clearly a changeling. Clearly a changeling. That's fine. Makes sense in this setting. No problem. Although I am super pissed that Billy gets to be a changeling, but I was like, I want to be a hexblood so bad, and I had this whole thing. And then the DM was like, that's fine. But then later at session 0, he's like, LOL, just kidding, you can't be a hexblood. I was like, what the fuck, bro? But I also understand now because he explained in the module, and I was like, fine. Whatever. Fine. Yeah, it's super heavy on charisma. That's fine. What's a hexblood? A hexblood is essentially like kind of has like a drop of hag blood in them. It's super awesome. Hexblood rules. And it's super, super, I think, like I saw it and I was like, holy shit, I want to be a hexblood because I think they're overpowered, but whatever. But hags are heavily involved in the module. So like if I had been, I totally would have had like main character syndrome. And he was like, nah. And I was like, I totally get it. Like my character would have been like, you know, like a Jesus, I guess. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure because I don't know that much about the module, but I was like, that's fine. I'll be I almost said a Warhammer. I'll be a Warhammer. No, I'll be a Warforged. No problem. Again, I don't like to cause problems. I had a second character ready to go. Easy. We got it. So Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas, guys. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year and Happy Holidays in general. So, okay. So, how do I put this? Okay. So the paladin at the table, he likes to chat. He's a chatty guy, like the person, his character and the person. He's a really interesting guy, totally different from people that I've met in the past. Very much like a hippie, just really weird personal life. I am enthralled. Me and Pat are like, holy shit, tell us more about the crystals. We love it. And he's a yapper, but that's fine. He and the DM are friends. We're interested in what he has to say. And honestly, for me and Pat, this is a really nice social opportunity. You know, we like everybody. That sounds great. The paladin is pretty chill. His character was a little bit like, what the fuck? But now he's kind of found his groove and like we kind of understand his character better. So it's like, okay, cool. So we're like, hold on. Oh, no, Jonath. No, we don't like his vibe like that. Like, it's not like that. No. So, we're like, oh my God, tell us your personal life is insane. We want to know more. So he's yapping, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can feel Billy be like, and this happens anytime anybody talks for more than 10 seconds about their real personal life. So I was talking about Pat what was I talking about? I think I was just talking about like, oh yeah, my friend or or something that happened to me. And he was so annoyed that I was talking, right? And I'll get there, right? And maybe I talked a bit too much. I don't know. But I was just like, oh, sorry. And the DM was like, no, we're listening. And I was like, okay. Right. Well, then the paladin was yapping and me and Pat were like, oh yeah, wow. And Billy was just getting like, oh. But the DM was also yapping, right? We're all yapping. We're all getting to know each other better. Now there is something that should be said. We only really play from like 6 to 9:30 because we only have 4, maybe 4.5 hours with our babysitter. Occasionally we can get 5 hours, but that's it. She's very strict about her time. I respect that. And we've told the table that. So we only have a certain amount of time to play, right? But we meet once a week. So like I do understand the frustration of like, hey, you know, but it's like this is also like this is a social game. So again, the DM has to pee, so he leaves, and we're talking to the paladin, and we're like, oh wow, and he's doing most of the yapping. We're just going, wow, tell me more. And like, there's like a lull, like a moment where I guess the paladin was taking a breath, and Billy goes, oh, guys, you know, I'd really appreciate it if we could just get back to D&D. You know, that's what we're here for, right? And like me and everyone just kind of looks at him like, and Pat goes, literally, Billy, like very nicely, Pat is a saint. Like he is so kind. He's like, Billy, it's a social game. Like we just want to hear what's going on with, you know, Paladin's life. And I'm like really nice. And like I'm sitting there and I go, hey, yeah, you know, we'll get to it in just a second, Billy. It's not, you know, don't worry. He gets up and he's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And we're like, what? And then he slams the door. Did you like my little waddle there? He like angrily slams this door, like this glass door to a balcony. And I'm like, and by the way, as he was getting up, I heard him mutter under his breath, stupid fucking asshole, blah, blah, blah. And I got lit like this. And of course, just as he left, the DM walks in and was like, what's going on? Because I guess he was pissing, I don't know. And I went, did he just fucking call me an asshole? Because I didn't hear it very well. And the paladin went, no, I think he called himself a stupid fucking asshole. And I went, okay. So then we're all just sitting there and I'm like, I just want to play fucking D&D. Yeah, we're gentle parenting this like 40-year-old man. And like he like, and I'm so uncomfortable, right? It's such tea, isn't it? And I'm so uncomfortable and I'm like, now, let me explain. What I want to do is when he comes back, I want to be like, what the fuck was that? You need to chill the fuck out. Here's a little drink. Because Pat and I, we drink, we bring little drinks. Here's a drink. Relax. This is a social game. We're gonna get to D&D. Let's take the 3 minutes to hear about this crazy shit the paladin's going through. Like, it's okay, right? Now, him being like, hey, let's get back to the game isn't the problem. If that's what you want to do and you're like, hey, I just want to do this, I respect someone speaking up for the thing they want to do. But to just like leap up and like make a big scene. So I don't know. It felt like a tantrum. And here's the other thing. He did it. He kind of got up and left earlier when I was saying something for like 2 minutes, but it wasn't as aggressive. And I'm like, at first I was like, is that? And then I thought, oh, maybe he's going for a quick smoke. I have no idea. Speaking of which, he's like always high, which is fine. Totally no problem. Pat drinks during the session. I have one drink. It's not a big deal. Don't care. The DM smokes. I guess it enhances the experience. That's not my business. But I thought, oh, well, maybe he went up there to smoke. But then the second time it was really aggressive and weird. And I'm like, what the fuck, right? The more the story goes on, the worse it gets. Oh, strap in. Strap in, my friends. Okay, listen, I don't think Pat and I are saints. We try to be accommodating, especially with people who may have some stuff going on. It gets worse. So I thought about posting this in RPG horror story, but I don't know. Anyway, so I'm like, I'm just trying to be accommodating, but I'm like, at first I was like, did he call me an asshole? And they're like, no, he called himself an asshole. And I went, oh, okay, because if he called me a name, I would have been a little bit more forthright about the thing. Something I have learned is that as a woman, when I'm very honest and forthright, I can come off like a massive bitch, even when I'm being really sweet. So I do everything I can just to go with the flow. I've learned that with a certain kind of person. I still would have been nice, but I feel like, I don't know how to explain it. So anyway, he goes out. We're like, you know what? We'll just let him be out there for a second. Listen, if you need time to breathe, getting upset, no problem. If I'm like, oh, hey, I'm getting a little heated, I'm just gonna, that would have been no problem. But the oh my God, stomping. It's just like, okay, we understand. So he left for like 2-3 minutes and we're just sitting there and I'm like, I felt really bad. He comes back and he's like relaxed and it was like nothing happened. It was really bizarre. And everyone just kind of, goes back to, and I'm sitting there and me and Pat are like he's across from me, Pat is, and I'm next to Billy. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is happening? Like, this weed must be incredible. I don't know. So then Pat's character already was kind of like fun, antagonistic towards Billy's character. So when Pat in character is like teasing him or teasing his character, which I guess is she, sorry, the changeling, like Billy, so confusing. Billy out of character was kind of shitty to Pat and Pat's character. Does that make sense? And at first, and had nothing else had occurred, it would just be like, oh, well, maybe we're just misunderstanding, or maybe we're thinking too much into it. But it was clearly like he was making a bunch of passive aggressive remarks at Pat and me, mostly at Pat though, and just talking over me. And I'm like, what is? And at first, so Pat and I, like on our like tablets and stuff, we're like texting each other, and I'm like, am I overthinking this? Like, what's going on? And Pat's like, no, this is totally fucked. And I'm like, okay, maybe we should talk to the DM. And Pat's like, yeah, maybe. And I'm like, I don't know, cause any problems. Let's just, do. So then it's time to go. We start to leave. Billy is clearly not happy. Also, Billy doesn't really do anything with his character. Like Pat and me and the Paladin are kind of the only ones that really are like kind of doing things. By the way, there's a whole other person, a fifth person who kind of, I don't know, he's not as, I don't know, he's fine. I like everybody at that table. I want to be clear. I like everybody. Especially that guy named Pat. He's hot. So there's a whole fifth party member that I haven't even mentioned because he's just hanging. He's hanging. But yeah, the changeling doesn't really do much. Like, and the only time he seems to is when other things are happening. So there's a vision portion where my character and Pat's character are having a simultaneous vision, and it's so cool. And me and Pat are like, oh my God. And it's based off of things we privately wrote and told the DM. And it was so cool. And we're like, oh my fucking God. And me and Pat are like, oh my God. Yeah. And the DM's doing this like great job, like making it really emotional, but interesting. And we're like, wow, that's so cool. And we're like, and then his character again is like, Billy's character is like, and then my character also is like, what's going on over here? Talking over it. And we're like, shut the fuck up, Billy. Like, we didn't say that, but we were like, hey, Billy, come on, man. And then he kind of right? During like a moment. This is not about best friend Billy. I just chose the name. We'll call him Tommy if we have to. It's not fucking best friend Billy. So I'm like, okay. Okay, well, we gotta go. We gotta go. It's time to go. So we all pack up our things. Thanks so much. Hey, the DM's like, hey, Christmas is next week, so we'll text each other in the group chat when we should call him Jimmy. All right, we'll call him Jimmy. So Jimmy is like, okay, hold on one second. So Jimmy is like, no, just something weird's going on. He's just clearly not happy, but whatever. I get them in my car. I'm driving these dudes home. And by the way, again, I have no problem driving anybody home. I like driving. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to be in the room. Get them in my car, and we're driving. And Pat's like, oh yeah, do this, that, and the other. Because we leveled up, by the way. We leveled up to level 2, which, by the way, oh shit, I gotta figure that out. So maybe after this stream, I'll do that. So, we're driving, or I'm driving these assholes, and Pat's next to me. Jimmy is behind Pat, and the other character is in the way back, right? He's just vibing. That guy is all vibes. I love him. I think he's adorable. So, we're driving, and as usual, Jimmy likes to reveal things in the car. Well, Pat's like, oh, hey, here's my spell list. Now that we're going up to level 2, what are you guys gonna do for your spells or whatever, just so we're not like overlapping? Well, Jimmy goes, oh, yeah, I was thinking this and that and this. And then Pat was like, oh, well, what were your level 1 spells? This, that, the other, and Eldritch Blast. And Pat's like, Eldritch Blast? You can't have Eldritch Blast. You're a bard. And then Jimmy goes, I'm actually a warlock. And Pat goes, oh, what kind of warlock? Oh, I'm a great old one warlock. Oh, yeah, Path of the Tome. And here's my spell list, which is identical to Pat's spell list, which you can actually look up because Pat's thing is on D&D Beyond, the app that we all have access to. And he revealed it in the car on the way home. The DM isn't even there. And we're like, and I can feel Pat like start giggling, going, ha, 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 really? And I'm like, ha, 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 oh boy, I sure do enjoy driving home. Oh, it's raining, golly gee whiz. And I'm just trying to like keep the mood relaxed. Pat says, quote, Pat said, Jimmy said, I was thinking of Path of the Tome because there's tons of useful cantrips and spells in there. And Pat said, yeah, like mine. So we drop them off. See you later, guys. Pat is like, Pat was so pissed. He had trouble sleeping. He's like, what the fuck? Well, here's the thing, Elliot. He could have said that to private, but like during session 0, we all said what we were going to be doing. Like Pat was really honest about what he was doing. And Jimmy absolutely, completely copied every single thing that Pat did. And on top of that, in the car, he's like, oh yeah, my character really wants to be like, a Faerun influencer. And we're like, what the fuck? I don't know. So I'm like, did the DM know this? Because I thought like the DM had to know all of your like secrets, right? Any secrets that you don't want everyone to know. I don't know what that means either. Right? And so we're like, what the fuck does that mean? Oh yeah. So hold on. Yeah, you're so right, Pat. Sorry, one second. Jesus Christ. Thanks for listening to me babble about this, guys. Like it's really disappointing. 1 second. I'm gonna go and so Pat's like, oh my gosh, like apparently Warlock Influencer is a popular meme on TikTok. I think he kind of knows what we do. I don't know. I don't know. Is the twist that Billy is 15? Billy or Jimmy, or whatever the hell we're calling him. Jimmy's character is like 16, I think. But the man is like exactly the same age as Pat. Exactly. Pat even asked, he's like, "How old are you?" at one point, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, this old." I was like, "Oh my God." So after this reveal, Pat was so pissed, but Pat's like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do on level up?" So then Pat said, "Hey, Jimmy, what are you planning for your level up? I want to avoid overlaps." And then Billy, and then Pat goes, "Also, hey, DM, how do we manage HP on our level ups?" Well, then Jimmy goes, "Well, Pat, then avoid being sneaky. I haven't exactly chosen, but my niche is going to be hiding and pretending to be other people." Pat's whole thing is that he has sleight of hand and that he's like the sneakiest. It's bizarre. And then he answered Pat's question, which he asked the DM, and then the DM answered Pat, but the exact same thing that Billy, Jimmy, whoever said. And just so if it was just like one of these things, it would be like, "Hey," right? It's all of these things. And I've been talked over, it's okay. I get excited too. Sometimes I'll be like that, and then I'm like, "Sorry," because I get excited. But it's so much. There's the vibe is in shambles. There's no apologies. There's no awareness. It's so the jumping up out of the jumping up and like that made me really uncomfortable. And I understand hey, you need to get up and leave the room. You need to catch your breath for any reason. That's fine. But to be that, no, chubby. But to I was like, I'm uncomfortable. I don't know what to do. So I was like, I'm so uncomfortable. What do we do? Pat's really enjoying this, by the way. I worked really hard, for a year to get Pat excited about playing D&D in person. I worked really hard to get him ready. He was not into it at first. He's like, blah, blah, blah. But now he's like, wow, I actually really, really enjoy this. I'm really enjoying this game. I'm enjoying making these characters. I'm enjoying all this stuff. But Pat's like, this is kind of ruining it for me. And I'm like, I have to fix this. So I'm like, okay. I was like, I'm going to talk to the DM. I'm going to be like, "Hey," and I wrote the DM a thing. I said, "Hey, look, here's what's going on." I told him exactly what I told you. The exact same thing I said to you guys, but just, a little bit more concise. And I was like, "Hey, sorry for this wall of text, but here's what's going on, blah, blah." And I said, "I don't know what to do, DM, because me and Pat have no problem with conflict. That's not the issue. The issue is this person is sensitive, and I do not want to sour the table. I do not want to cause a problem. I do not want to make this person feel like we hate him or whatever. All I want is to be able to speak for when Pat or anyone asks you a question that you are the one who responds, because sometimes because there are things the DM will allow that maybe rules lawyer over there wouldn't if he were the DM, right?" So I was just like, and you know him, and I don't think they're besties or anything, but they've played with each other quite a bit. I'm like, what? And I said, what can I do to be more accommodating? What can I do to fix this? What do you suggest? Pat and I have no issue with conflict. I don't want to solve this the way that I would solve this, because the way I would solve it is to be like, "Hey, you need to knock it off. You need to shut the fuck up and knock it off. Stop talking over me. Stop answering questions. Knock it off. Okay? Love you. Knock it off." Right? But I can't, because when I went, hey, we really want to just hear about his thing for a second. When I said that, he fucking lost it. So I'm trapped. You understand the position I'm in? That's where I'm at. I don't. But we have tried to handle it. Why do you have to protect his feelings? He's not a child. Because if I don't know. A lot of people in this are connected to other people that I also like, and I don't want this guy to go and be like, well, Paige is fucking, she's a problem, and Pat's this, and the paladin is that, or whatever. I don't want any of that. I just want to play a game and have fun. And I want Jimmy to be there. Like, I want him to have fun too. And I want him to feel supported. And I want him to feel, yeah, I just want him to feel supported and cool and not feel like he has to whatever. I don't know. Does that make sense? Gravy says, you're always too nice in situations like this. I get why, especially with people like that, but I just want you to know you're being extremely supportive and kind. Well, that's very nice. I feel like I'm being a doormat now, though. Like, I can't seem to find in this situation the sweet spot between being like, hey, what the fuck, and being a doormat. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I just don't want to be mean to an autistic person. He is absolutely shit talking you. I hope not. Because I want to say this. I don't mean to shit talk this person. I like this person. I think the information they have is valuable. I think especially the last character they had was really interesting. I think they've got maybe something really interesting going on with this character. I'm a bit confused by some of the behavior and some of the ideas with the character stuff. Pat says, I can't speak for Paige, but I have a long history of letting shit slide for long periods, and then when I finally have enough and make myself known, everybody turns on me because I'm the one harshing the vibe and causing a problem by setting firm boundaries and telling me I don't want to take their shit. Yeah. Oh, okay. So anyway, update. Spoke to the DM. And I said, hey, here's what's going on. And he's like, I am totally... He understands. Hold on. I don't want to be like, oh, hold on. Ava, oh my God. Okay, that's really funny. You should post that on Blue Sky. That's super funny. Hold on. Okay, right. Just needed to remind myself. So essentially, he's like, sorry. So many people talking. I want to make sure I understand. Okay, so the DM was like, yeah, he's like, I saw a lot of that. He's like, I understand where you're coming from. And he's like, I'm not happy about some of his behavior. He's like, I did talk to him about talking over people privately. He's like, this is something we really need to address. He's like, I will absolutely reach out to you as soon as possible. But he was in the middle of something. He's like, I'm having a super busy night tonight, but I'm absolutely going to reach out as soon as possible. And I was like, absolutely. I'm paraphrasing, right? And then I think he's actually going to talk to us tonight. So we will be discussing that. Am I being a doormat, guys? You can be honest with me. Like, because I don't know where to go here. Oh yes, that's something else. There was oh no, I'm a doormat. No. But like, do you understand where I'm coming from though? Well, no, I normally have no problem with conflict. I can be like, hey, knock it off. Like, you've heard if it's someone I know that can handle it, I go, hey, fucking knock it off, right? There's no problem. This person, when I was so nice and was like, bro, can like fucking lost it. And I don't want to cause a problem. So it's like, I'm like fucked. But I appreciate your honesty because I do feel like I'm being a total doormat. So there was one other thing. Sorry, I've been trying to like not think about this. I got too much going on. Yes, I'm being forced to walk out in eggshells. It sucks. It sucks. How do I put, so we're in the car, and this was on our way to the session. Pat made a joke. Now, you know how Pat is. Pat made a kind of an almost, this is on the way to session 3. I picked them up. We're almost there. We were talking about, I don't know, for some reason the topic of homelessness comes up, and Pat made like a joke because someone said homeless people, and I can't remember the exact joke, but it was something like, homeless people, am I right? Are they homeless or are they people? Or something like that. I don't know. Can you tell me what it was? It was something stupid and lame, but something like that, where he was clearly joking in like a cringy way. But then, and we're all like, oh, right. Well, then Jimmy goes, oh, I should punch you in the face. And it was like, I think I'm like 90% sure he was joking, like, I should punch you in the face for that one. But it was like, no, he's not homeless. I think perhaps maybe at one point, or I think he is an activist, which is great. No. But I was driving and I was a little bit like, that's kind of weird. Oh, well, like, right. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, I think he's like, he is active in activism for unhoused people. So I think that like struck him. But it just felt a little bit like I'm driving and I'm like, should I be concerned about that? And then the thing with the table and him leaping up and getting mad, and I was like, what is going on here? I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, he threatened my husband. I'm not trying to say that. But I was driving and I was like, that seems weird considering like I'm driving you and like, and that's my husband, and like it was very much obviously a stupid joke. Should Pat have said it? No. But it was like literally, it wasn't literally that, but it was like that, where it was like, oh boy, very facetious. You know what I'm trying to say. I don't think Pat should have said it, but it was just like, I don't know. Pat said, Jimmy was talking about how every single store should be open 24 hours a day. Then I said, bro, you're out of your fucking mind. There aren't. Here's literally Pat said. That's right. Here's what Pat said. Jimmy was talking about how every single store should be open 24 hours a day. I said, bro, are you out of your fucking mind? There aren't enough people in the world to staff that. He responded, there's so many homeless you could have to staff everything. And Pat said, I said people, Jimmy, come on now. That's what Pat said. Right? It's like, it's lame, but it's like, and it's like, oh, right? But then he like, does that make sense? Pat says, yo, it's solid. Come on, bro. Give me props. I'm not going to give you props. I did laugh, but I did wag my finger. So I said the DM, I was like, hey, I don't know what's going on with this guy. If I can support him, that's great. I also want to make sure everyone else has a good time. So we're going to talk about that at some point tonight. That's what's going on. I don't know. If he didn't like the joke, he could have just went like boo, or like, hey man, I don't like that joke. I don't know. Again, I'm sure he was joking. I'm pretty sure he was joking. But I was just kind of like, what the fuck? I don't know. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I don't know. Anyway, so that's what's been going on. Just because the DM is aware of some behavior, that means Jimmy is trying to evade the DM knowing his shitty behavior. I don't know. Pat says we should give him a Funko Pop filled with piss. I don't think that would be very nice. So anyway, by the way, so Pat is really not happy with him also being the exact same kind of warlock. So secretly, Pat said, fine, I'm going to switch to being a cleric. So Pat spent all night redoing like certain aspects of his character into a cleric, but keeping it mostly the same. Keep in mind, these first 3 sessions, we haven't used any. Like, I think I used 2 cantrips. Pat didn't use anything except, I think, something that I think he's keeping as a cleric. So it will affect nothing, which is great. So Pat's moved to cleric. He's not I don't know if he put it on his sheet or if he like locked it off. I have no idea. He absolutely has guidance, so that's good. What type of I don't know. I think light. And his god is Lathander. I'm not sure. So anyway, guidance. Why did I say guidance like that? Oh, because I did a like a 4-part one shot with this group of guys that were so awesome. But I was just the fill-in because their main guy like wasn't there. So I was just filling in, and they would always be like, guidance, right? And so then every time I say guidance, I also go, guidance. I don't know. It feels good in my mouth to do. I don't know. Those guys are awesome, but it's always those 4 and their DM. But I told them, I said, please God, anytime you guys need another person, let me in there. So anyway, that's what's going on with D&D. Thanks for listening.
Oh, you're
so stinky.
He's just so squishy.
So smelly.
Oh,
any update on D&D? So,
I mean, not since this afternoon.
Well, okay. Here, we hold him. He's a little warm for me. Can you turn on the fan? I'm like,
oh my
so
God,
hot. It's hot in here, dude. It's hot as fuck.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
Well, yeah, but
all the heat is off in this building.
Oh, that feels good. Okay, so
God, look at that stare.
So Pat, I know, wow. So Pat kind of talked a little bit about the update on that situation, and basically, so the D&D situation, and then we talked to the DM.
We ran into him at the store.
Well, first we talked to him, which was I think last night or the night before.
Yeah.
And we had a great conversation, and Pat wrote him like a very polite but kind of a long thing.
I wrote an essay.
And was like, hey, look, here's, come on.
Oh, give me kisses.
And and the DM, he was super, he's like, you know what, you're right. Yeah, he's like, that's fair that you feel that way. And then I wrote a couple things. I was like, yeah, and he's like, that's all fair. He's like, he admitted he kind of, he admitted he mishandled the situation. He could have really, he could have, things could have been different. But he's like, I hope we can, move forward. And we're like, absolutely. Yeah, no, we love playing with you and we're having a great time. We ran into him today. This is in regards to just everything to do with Jimmy. Like, not just the bard situation, but like the behavior and how it was just like not, it was just, I don't know. I was getting kind of uncomfortable. Yimby. So, that's funny. So, cut to today, we ran into him at the grocery store, the DM, and the DM, was, sorry, I just realized a bunch of people don't know the story. Should I?
Yeah, because they didn't watch the pod. Oh, crap.
Well, because, so, do you want to get preface, or,
hold on. Oh my goodness, he's so ugly.
Will you put him down? Yeah, we might need to explain because there's some people don't know what we're talking about.
All right.
Do you want to give a TLDR real quick?
Okay. Yeah, hold on, bud. Okay, give me a kiss.
I mean, I can.
No, I'll do it.
Would you like me to help?
No.
I can help. I'll help. I'm gonna help.
Give me a second.
Hold on, I'm gonna have a mustache.
You just smelling your hair, aren't you? I can hear you smell your hair.
So okay.
Are you all right?
I know. Yeah. So something you should know. I know it seems like, oh, Paige is trying to. So this is something I do when I get nervous.
Yeah.
It smells so good. Right, especially after my hair smells so good. So sometimes when I'm nervous, I just huff my own hair. And sometimes when I get drunk, I get nervous. So I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. Let me take a little drink. All right. The long and short of it is that a guy named Jimmy, his name's not really Jimmy, he's part of our D&D group. Jimmy doesn't actually roleplay that much. He doesn't actually talk up much unless it's talking over somebody. Whenever you ask the DM a question, Jimmy jumps in and goes, actually this, and then you have to wait for the DM to wait for him to finish, and then the DM says it, and usually Jimmy is wrong, and it's a whole fucking thing. He also talks over everybody constantly.
Especially me.
Or yeah, because he hates women. Who knows?
No, he doesn't. We don't know that. We don't know. We don't know. None of our business.
We don't know. Well, if he's smart, he does. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. Part of the D&D group. This is a brand new D&D group. This is my first full campaign. So I said, hey, everybody, at session 0, what are you guys playing? This guy says, I'm going to be a paladin. Paige says, oh, I'm going to be a sorcerer.
You're going way too fast.
I
know, but you're going way too fast that I'm even having trouble.
Are you guys having trouble?
Can I help? Is that okay?
Wait. I want. No, we need it faster. Go faster.
No, don't go faster.
No one's having a trouble. Just you.
Okay.
So this guy says, hey, I'm going to be a paladin. Paige says, hey, I'm going to be a sorcerer. The other guy says, hey, I'm going to be a fighter. I say, hey, I'd like to be a warlock. What are you playing, Jimmy? And Jimmy says, I'm thinking about playing a bard. And I go to the group and to the DM 3 times prior, hey, I would like to play any character, doesn't matter, but I don't want to double up on a class. I could even do a different subclass, but I don't want to double up on a class. That would be really boring. I don't like it. Please, I don't want to do that. Okay, so we have bard, paladin, fighter, sorcerer, and warlock. Okay, great. That works out great. So we do a couple of sessions, except Jimmy's very rude and talks over us. Then at the last session, when me, Paige, and the paladin are just chatting about some bullshit, he throws a little baby tantrum and storms out of the room. And we're like, are you fucking serious? You're like a fucking 40-year-old man.
And it was like really aggressive and abrasive, and it made me like really uncomfortable.
Then throughout the rest of the session, he's just really aggressively talking over absolutely everyone. But when it comes to actually play the game, he's weirdly reticent and won't actually do anything. Then on the way home, after we got the level up, I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to do this with my level up. What are you going to do with your level up, Jimmy? And he goes, well, I don't have much combat utility because I only have Eldritch Blast. And I say, what do you mean you only have Eldritch Blast? Aren't you a bard? And he goes, haha, I'm actually a warlock. And I go, well, I'm a warlock. I asked everybody what they were going to be because I didn't want to be double up on a class because I'm going to be a warlock. And he says, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And I go, oh, what subclass do you want to play? And he's like, I'm going to be a great old one warlock. And I go, but I'm a great old one warlock. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And I go, well, what invocations do you want to take? Because I'm a Pact of the Tome warlock. And he goes, I'm thinking of Pact of the Tome warlock because I really like the cantrips in there. And I'm like, but I've been using those cantrips in Pact of the Tome warlock this whole time. And he goes, don't worry about it. And then we get home and I message him on Facebook and I go, hey man, I don't want to overlap with our skills because there's so much similarity. What are you going to be putting your skills into? Maybe we can differentiate that way. And then he says, well, I'm going to go sneaky and stealthy and disguise and sleight of hand because that's what I'm changeling and I'm going to be all sneaky. And I go, but I built my entire character's backstory about being a poor thieving homeless person. So all of my skills are set up for sleight of hand and stealth. And I already did that. So now it's the same fucking character.
Something of note that is also important for you to know is that I am the driver of everyone. Nobody in this fucking group knows how to drive. I have to drive everybody's asses over to this place because it's hard to get to from public transit and it's too long to walk and everybody's working up until it's about time to go. So I'm the driver. So Jimmy only tends to reveal these things
in the car.
So he reveals he's a changeling in the car when it's like you could have revealed this even though it was obvious from the get-go that you're a changeling during the role play. That could have been your big like, even though it was really obvious, but still. And then he reveals that he's a warlock in the car on the way home, and I'm just sitting there like, oh shit, and I can feel Pat vibrating with fury.
Because I'm in the passenger side and he's right behind me in the secondary passenger side, and I'm doing this.
And then on top of that, he reveals also that, my character really wants to be an in-universe influencer, and me and Pat were like,
no, you were like that.
Fuck?
You were like that.
Oh, sorry, you were.
I was like, because I know where he got that.
That's fair.
Because Twitch chat being your warlock patron has been a thing for a while. Like it's a meme.
So, but then on top of that, something you didn't mention on the podcast, and it's not that big of a deal. Like, but
he smells also.
He
stinks.
He does not. I don't think he wears deodorant, and I don't think he showers perhaps as much.
He literally
as
smells bad.
He might need to. But then on the way there to this session, Pat makes a joke.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to explain?
Okay, so I said this in text on your stream, but basically, Jimmy is saying, because we're going into the holidays, and Jimmy is saying, it's so ridiculous that stores aren't open 24 hours a day. Every store should be open 24 hours a day. And I say, that's fucking ridiculous. That is one of the craziest things I have ever heard in my entire life. There aren't enough people in the world to staff every store 24 hours a day. And he goes, that's not true. There's so many homeless people out there. You could easily give everyone jobs and everything would be open 24 hours a day. And I said, Jimmy, I said people to staff the store, not the homeless. Waka.
Clear, obviously a lame joke. And then everybody laughs because it's a lame joke. But then
everyone in the car laughed.
And then,
it was a hit.
Jimmy goes, what exactly?
I should punch you in the face for that.
Yeah, and it was he's probably joking. He's probably joking. But I remember driving and being like, that is not a ho ho ha ha you should make when I'm the one driving and you're saying that to my husband. And I'm like, ooh. And then when he had his tantrum at the table, that's when I was like, oh.
Hold up. Of very important note, Jimmy is not homeless because we pick him out. Pick him up at his house.
Yeah. So you're probably wondering, why don't we just leave? First of all, most of the other people at this table, first of all, we're having a great time. The DM is very good.
It's a great time punctuated by bursts of annoyance.
And also several of these people are my friends that I played with in the last campaign and had a very good time. And also these people are also connected to other people that I know and and want to get to know better. And we all kind of have met at a game store in our area, and I just don't want to cause a problem because I like these things. I like these things. I don't want to Okay, that's funny. But
I want to talk about that really bad.
But it's just
I want to talk about that.
Well, okay, give me a second. But I'm just I don't like giving up on these things, especially when I've found a place that I really like otherwise.
Paige is not a quitter.
I'm not. And
I'm a quitter.
And to my detriment, that is the case.
To my detriment, I'm a big quitter.
So
Boo.
I was going somewhere with something. So the other thing is Jimmy kind of did this he was in my last campaign, and he would always talk over everyone, but most especially me. And there were a couple times where I'd be like, I'm talking to the DM. And he's like, well, I'm just saying. And I'm like, I don't fucking care what you're saying. I am talking to the DM because it's a question about this specific campaign in this world that he is the god of.
And this ruling.
And I don't, and so, and I want to be accommodating because here's the other thing. Everybody keeps saying, look, Jimmy's having, quote, a really hard time. No one knows any specifics. And I'm trying to be accommodating to his needs. I'm trying to be accommodating. But at this point, I'm just this sucks, dude. This sucks. And so and the other thing is normally I would be like, hey, shut the fuck up, Jimmy. Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
but I
we'd
can't.
have no problem with that.
I can't do it. So I have to sit there with my thumb in my ass and just, and so finally I was like, I'm just going to have to go to the DM, but it feels like I was tattling.
Well, yeah.
But it's
you tattle to the DM. That's the system.
So anyway, the update is that we talked. So, okay, fast forward. So the update is we saw, we talked to the DM, we saw him at the grocery store, and he's like, oh, and we're talking. And he's like, hey, so are we okay? And I'm like, no, we're okay. Are you cool with it? He's like, absolutely. And he apologized. He was so sweet.
It's that thing where when you talk in text and someone's being really apologetic, you can't tell if they're being reasonable or if they're agonizing with guilt. You know that kind of thing?
So it was really good that we saw each other. It was awesome. He's such a sweetheart. And he's a really great DM. So the other thing is, we thought it was kind of, and I didn't say anything, but I thought it hurt my feeling, my little fifis a little bit, that originally I wanted to be a hexblood. And when I told that to the DM, he's like, great. Oh, that's so interesting. No problem. So I prepped this character for like a week, and I was so excited. And then session 0 happens. He goes, oh, by the way, no hexblood. And I was like, oh my fucking God. And we're doing live rolls. So I'm like, so I chose a Warforged and kind of had to rewrite a few things, but I figured it out, right? Well, when we were, the way he knew that Jimmy was like a bard, but not a bard. He was actually a warlock. He was just saying he was a bard, and he knew that. And I was like, hey, how do I explain? Can you?
So basically, the issue that we ran into. Excuse me, Boopy. Excuse me, Bobbity. The issue that we ran into from like a feels perspective, a vibes-based perspective, was that Paige wanted to be a hexblood, but the DM determined that that wouldn't work for the campaign, and that's a fair call. Totally. I asked to be the only member of a certain class, and the DM said that was okay because that's a fair call. Jimmy wanted to be a changeling that also doubled up on another person's class, which meant he directly interfered with the mechanics of the campaign and contravened the only thing that I asked for, which meant that Jimmy's desires got direct preference over Paige's character idea and my only request to sit at the table.
So he actually brought that up. He said, hey, and he's like, I wanted to apologize for not letting you play a hexblood, considering all this stuff with Jimmy. And I said, hey, yeah, because I didn't bring that up. I was like, hey, yeah, I really appreciate that. I was really looking forward to playing a hexblood, but you know what? I'll just do it later. He's like, actually, and he said, if you want, because we only really just got out of the carnival and basically out of the tutorial and into like the Feywilds. He's like, if you want, we can like make you a hexblood the whole time, but you look like a Warforged. And I was like, you would do, really? Are you sure? He's like, yeah. He's like, let's work through it. He's like, I was thinking about it. He's like, I do have some ideas that could make it work. And I was like, are you sure?
And he's like, yes, absolutely.
So are hexbloods even that broken? Hexbloods, I think, are super fucking cool. And I was like, okay, only if you're sure. I was like, we can talk to you about it later. So yeah, we're gonna talk about it maybe this week, hopefully.
Hey, I want to ask you. I want to ask you if we can tell a story. I would like to ask you if we could tell a story. I'm gonna mute us. Hey, we're back.
Wow.
Okay. So there's a pre-DnD Jimmy story. So this is the worst part. This was my first encounter with Jimmy before we ever joined a D&D group. But it's Paige's story. What's up?
Oh, nothing.
I'm only in this story a little bit.
No, you tell it, because like I'm drunk.
So the long and short of it is that Jimmy, he does 3D printing, and he's good at it. And he dolls it up real nice, and he can put pieces together, and he's quite skilled at it.
So when I've gone to Paint Night, which I haven't gone in a while, but when I've gone, he's there, and he's really good at it.
Yeah, he's very good.
Like he is really good at it.
So he made Paige.
It's a hobby for him, I think.
Yeah, he made Paige a mini of her character that they were playing in their last campaign. She was playing in the last campaign, and it was really, really cool.
It was awesome.
And so he handed it to her, and she was like, "Oh my god, thank you!" And then he did this. Like
sort of. I like it. It wasn't quite like that, but there was an air of not unexpectation. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm saying? You
need to be way more clear.
I don't want to be mean.
Paige, this person is going under a fake name.
He wanted, I think, some money. So I was like, oh, of course. Yeah, I'll pay you. Yeah, I'll pay you. And then the rest.
So Paige didn't have any money on her at the time.
Yeah, because I try not to carry cash on me.
Right. So he's like, oh, I'll drop by at a different time. Right. That's like super normal, actually, right? I guess this part. But he texts Paige, hey, I'm going to be like driving past your house.
No.
Well, then you tell it.
Because he can't fucking drive, this guy. How do I put this? He's like, hey, I'm going to be near your house. Can I pick up the money then?
Or weed.
Or he's like, you can also just give me weed. Because I have a bunch of leftover weed back when it's
before you got pregnant.
Like, yeah, it's like 2 years old. But like I mentioned that I have some.
Right.
And I was like, okay, yeah, sorry.
Okay. So Paige is upstairs and the baby's asleep.
Oh, we don't have Venmo.
No, Venmo's not a Canada.
Canada doesn't have Venmo.
They got e-transfer, but he doesn't have e-transfer.
No, he wanted cash.
I don't think he has a bank account.
No, I don't know. It's not my.
Anyway, the point being, Paige is stuck with the baby upstairs, and baby's asleep, and she's nap trapped, fully nap trapped. So I get asked to go grab the fucking money and like wait for him, and then he never showed up.
Well,
I was standing out in front of the house with some cash, and he never showed up.
You're missing a bunch of things.
Well, then you tell it.
Because I'm drunk. All right, so he only could come by in this window that Gowron absolutely was going to sleep. And if I get up from that bed, Gowron wakes up and the whole day is ruined. So like I told him, I'm like, okay, well, I can leave like the thing on like my car, you know, or something like that. Because if you knock, because this was back when Zangief was there, and Zangief would go nuts. Zangief did not like him. And so he's like, okay, so I left it on the hood of my car. I left because he also wanted the container as well. So I put like some money in the container and put on the hood of my car, and it's like hidden and stuff. But like I told him exactly where it was. He never came by.
I had to stand out there and wait for him for 15 minutes.
Yeah, and like that happened twice. So then finally Pat had like waited for him for like 15 minutes, and then he didn't come by again. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, and then he keeps like kind of asking me and I'm like, but you're not, I don't know.
Why does that story make you so upset?
I don't know. Because I'm mad at myself because somehow I always find myself in these fucking positions, and then I feel so guilty and like wrought with like.
The solution is simple. You say go fuck yourself, then pick a non-applicable slur to call him.
Okay.
It has to be non-applicable.
Okay.
Because that'll make him confused.
I know. Okay. To be fair, I do want to say this. The mini was super cool because my character in the old campaign was very specific, and he had to do like some interesting things to the thing. And it was really cool. Like genuinely, it's pretty cool.
Very nice.
And I still have it. It's awesome. But excuse me, everything was always so complicated, and it just really didn't have to be.
I think offering a gift to someone and then them accepting it and then going, "Where's my money?" is the most psycho shit out of all of the story we've told. Like, yeah, that's like a Times Square tourist trap.
God. Because I get trapped in this position where it's like, when I stand up for myself and I go, hey, fuck off, then like everyone's like, oh, Paige is a bitch. But then when I'm like,
your husband do it. I'll do it. I don't care.
But then I enjoy being kind and nice and not being an asshole.
It doesn't sound like you do.
Well, no,
it sounds like it's miserable, actually.
No, it sucks because I'm self-aware enough to know when I'm being taken advantage of. but I don't have it in me, just for some reason, to be like, hey, fuck off. Do you know what I'm saying?
You got no trouble telling me to fuck off.
Well, that's different.
Why is it different?
Because I love you.
No, it's actually because I love you.
Oh.
No, because you're coming from a place where you feel comfortable enough and safe enough with me that if you're like, bitch, I'll hit you, I'm like,
do it, you pussy.
Well, one, I'm like, do it. And two, I'm like, I still love you, baby. Don't worry about it. But with other people who are like pieces of shit, you know they'll turn on you if you stand up for yourself, so you have a harder time. I fought women before. I'm used to it.
I'm never gonna fight you. Not with these glass pieces here. It's, for me, it's like I don't know. It's like the situation at that like Mommy and Me place where it's like
I'll fight that woman.
No, it's like I just want to come here with my kid. I don't want to talk to you.
I'll do it.
I'm never gonna be mean to you. I'm never gonna be like weird. I just want my child and I to have a nice time. I want to see my friends, and we'll like, you know, don't worry. Like, I don't want to talk about any of it. But everyone's like, oh, you got to debrief, and oh, you got to do that. And I'm like, I don't care about any of this. And then all this shit, and it's like, please, I just want to play D&D. I just want to play D&D. Please leave me. Please.
I would like to address a comment in the chat. Yeah, I'd like to address a comment in the chat. Calamari asks, how are concealed carry laws in Canada? So I would ask that we tone down the rhetoric from immediate escalation to gun violence. And two, there are no concealed carry laws in Canada. It's don't conceal carry.
So
you're not allowed to conceal carry ever.
However, on the topic, it is really interesting here in Canada because in the States, depending on the state, but most states, I think, if I'm not mistaken, allow some kind of pepper spray, bear spray, or even tasers, right? Nothing that could be conceived as a weapon is allowed on your person in Canada.
What about these?
Right? Like, trust me, because I've back in Montreal, if I was walking home at night, I would be like, what the fuck? So I looked up, like, you know, what can I carry anything? No. A pocket folding knife? Hell no.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you can carry it, but if you get caught with it, aren't you like...
Absolutely not.
You're shitting me.
You just have to have a reasonable excuse for why you have to carry a pocket knife.
So like, oh, I use it to eat apples with, or oh, I have this giant baseball bat with me because I'm simply playing baseball. Is that it?
Literally, Paige.
I don't like that.
Literally, I use it to open letters. I cut open boxes, whatever. The boost is loose.
Boost is loose. Boost is loose. I don't know. Tasers, any those knuckle things.
Okay, brass knuckles are illegal everywhere.
Well, no. Like there's some like keychain things that some women carry that like they put between their knuckles.
Yeah, that's also...
It's illegal.
Any version... Yeah. No. Brass knucks are also illegal in the States.
No. I don't know how to explain it. It's not brass knuckles, but it's like something...
Those are still
else.
knucks. You can't have that.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. No, that's what I'm saying. You can't have it. I just didn't realize if they qualify.
No, the U.S. also has like a blanket ban on any like fist-based like cover.
Hi. This is my boosie.
Because it's really easy to accidentally kill somebody with those.
I bet. Yeah, you're a good boy.
Like, it's wildly easy to kill somebody with brass knucks.
That was
some
really interesting noises, Bucko.
New Millennium asks, why are brass knuckles so dangerous? The answer is physics, actually. Basically, you're taking all the energy from your arm and you're condensing it into an extremely thin line, which makes it hit... like, you can do the math on it, but basically, you take the area of your fist and you divide it by the area of the line, and that's how much stronger it hits wherever. So it's very easy to do like a regular punch to somebody's face and basically explode every bone in their face and kill them. Which is what happens when people have brass knucks, is they use them for self-defense and just maim people with singular punches and being like, oh, fuck, I didn't mean to kill them.
What about Chaos Emeralds?
Unregulated. Unregulated. Oh, look at this baby. Look at this baby.
Either either way, I don't foresee any problems like that with this person. I think that's a bit much. I'm just disappointed because I
think the next session's going to be super fun.
my expectations are to go to a place, enjoy the services or the expected festivities to take place, and then to go home. That's all I want. It's all I want forever. It's just the expected situation to occur, and then I go home and I pet my cat and my dog and I kiss my husband and baby, and then I go to sleep, and that's that. That's all I want. The end.
Next session is gonna be awesome, man.
So the DM did talk to Jimmy, and he said a word that was very specific. He acquiesced?
Yeah.
And said that he would rein in
the Jimmy.
He would rein in like the talking over and the speaking for the DM. So anyway, sorry. I feel like we've spent too much time talking about this, but it is interesting.
Yeah. Ligma says, "Sorry, this is how your first D&D session in forever is going, bro." Oh, I don't mind. This is hilarious. This is such a great microcosm of Dungeons and Dragons.
I mean, it's a lot of people's experience to an extent.
Oh my god, I love this dog so much.
Some people, I don't know about.
I love you. Yeah.
You got your piggy tail. I got your piggy tails.
He's just such a sweet guy.
Sweet boy. Yeah. Anyway, Patrick.
Yeah, so if he talks over me next session, I'm going to tell him to shut the fuck up.
So, but
I'm going to do it.
That's the other thing. I said to the DM, I said, hey, is there something that, like, me or Pat, mostly me, can do to be more accommodating to Jimmy? Because he, everyone keeps saying he's going through a hard time, so everyone kind of just letting him kind of do whatever. I'm like, is there anything I can do to be more accommodating, or is there anything like, because, and I said to the DM, I said, if he does this again, I do want to be like, hey, shut the fuck up, but I don't want to cause a problem. What do I do? And he was just like, he's like, I will listen for it this time. I'm gonna, yes, dear.
Everyone's always going through a hard time. I fucking hate that bullshit.
I know.
Everybody's always stressed about some shit.
I know.
Like D&D on fucking Tuesday nights is like, by the way, I love my baby so much. He's the best guy. But sometimes you're like, I'm a parent. Fuck. It's hard. Right? Mm-hmm. So this is my time to relax on a Tuesday where I don't have to think about any of that stuff because I have a trusted friend and babysitter taking care of the baby and there's no worries. Mm-hmm. And instead, I have to go babysit a big, smelly man. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Also, if you're having a hard time that turns you into an asshole, you should sit things out. That's what Pat thinks. I think when you have a bad time in your life, you should self-isolate until it's done.
And that's where we agree, Patrick. That's how you and I work.
Yes.
Yes. The healthy thing to do.
Absolutely. Very healthy.
You are so cute. Look at him. He's loving on you. Oh.
He's such a sweet guy.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, this is what this dog does all day. He like runs around and then he's like, wait, I haven't had my uppies in 10 minutes.
Yeah. I think this dog spends, sorry I had to talk over you.
That's fine.
I think he's like in our arms 18 hours a day or something.
Are you counting
20
him
hours a
sleeping
day?
Between your legs when you go to sleep?
Yeah, he does what's the pug triangle. So if you sleep or sit in a certain way with your legs that creates like a hole or a triangle, the pug will sit in it. It's so funny.
He's just a sweet guy. I love you.
He's so cute.
Can you hand me another beer?
Yes, I can't. Beer. It's not even
cider.
It's a cocktail.
It's a wine cooler.
It's a wine cooler that claims it's a cider, but it's not at all.
It tastes like apples.
This one's good though. This one's
shit.
a real cider though. It's a fortified mulled apple cider though, so it's a little more alcoholic. I already have a headache. That one's called Okanagan Crisp Apple, and mine is Marydale. Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna never heal this bitch.
Well, okay.
I'm gonna never heal them.
So in game,
Never.
Patrick dislikes the Fae.
I'm gonna cast Fireball on an enemy in their melee range.
So I will heal him.
With what?
I don't know. I'll figure it out. But you shouldn't do that.
Why not? That's fucking hilarious.
It's very funny, but it's not conducive.
So listen, I was taught how to play D&D by a very smart person, and they told me that when you're trying to figure out role play experiences with the rest of your group, you should pick one character that you hate, one character that you love, and one character that you're indifferent to. And so I have chosen Jimmy's character as the character that I hate. And I think that was a really good piece of advice from that person. The person was you.
The person is me. Well, the way I play it and what I was taught to play it, because I was like, oh, I don't know, whatever, how to do this stuff. Someone actually told me a long time ago, always have one character that like your character maybe falls in love with, has a crush on, or really looks up to. 2, one character that your rivals or you hate or you just annoys you. And then the 3rd, your best like pal-a-rooney, at least. So and that really served me really well in the last campaign. I feel like it's already
Fireball.
Yeah.
Fireball.
So anyway,
I cast Fireball on the goblin in melee range.
oh god. Oh, by the way, the we're playing new rules. 2024 rules. But yeah. Ask the DM if lungs count as a container.
Oh yeah.
What?
Create water allows you to fill containers.
Oh my god. I think I get create water in level 2. Hold on.
If you pick it.
Bro.
But since you're a sorcerer, you're gonna need some zappies.
That's true. But I think do I get an extra cantrip? Hold on.
You might.
Hold on.
I think you can get an extra cantrip at like 3 or 4.
Hold on. Shit. Is it spells?
Oh my goodness.
Fuck. How do I manage spells? Let me look at my level 2.
We don't have good berry.
Fuck. Hold on. Level 2 cantrips. Sorcerer. Okay. Okay. Level 2. Alter self, blindness, blur, detect thoughts, knock, mirror image, misty step. Damn.
Darn.
Oh wait, cantrips. Hold on. Do I have create water?
Create water's a spell. It's not cantrip.
Oh, I thought.
No.
Balls. Okay, hold on. Can sorcerer create water? Sorry, this is important to me. D&D. What classes can create water? Cleric and druid. So you can.
I can.
You can.
I'm not gonna pick that shit though.
Why not? Are you gonna focus on fire?
I don't know, man. Okay. I'll figure it out. Anyway, that's the update.
Yeah, sorry. Bleh.
That's what's going on.
Oh, how uncomfortably divorced are we in the game?
It's pretty vicious.
It's pretty vicious, but
it's real catty.
So one of the things that really pissed us off about Jimmy was that there was a moment where Pat and I had a shared vision, and it was really really cool.
It was good.
It was really good. The DM described it in a really fun way. It was really dramatic and emotional. And we were like, what? And me and Pat were both like, ooh. And Pat never gets emotionally involved.
Yeah, I think having emotions over your pretend stuff is gay. So I was very shocked. I was very shocked that I was having those emotions.
Anyway,
I'm speaking my truths out here, okay?
Oh, so brave.
We listen and we don't judge.
I'm judging.
You judge.
Anyway, so this is Pat. He has come out, and we're very proud of him. No, it's not gay to have an emotion. Anyway, does that mean I only have half an emotion?
Sounds like what
do you
a
mean?
gaybo would say.
Oh, all right. Anyway, I'm going back home to Atlantis. I'm out of here. No, okay, so you can finally watch Will and Grace. All right, so we are we're having this, oh, it's so cool. And even Pat's like really into it. And I'm so excited because I worked so hard to get Pat into D&D. And then Jimmy's like, I transform into a halfling, ha ha ha. And like, we're sitting there
like basically
like several times.
In context, our characters are like seizuring out, having visions. And while he sees that, he's like, I'm going to transform.
And we were just like, not for any reason. He just wanted to fucking transform or just to like say something weird. And I was so mad because I was like, this is an interesting thing. And we were all like dead silent during his fucking visiony whatever the fuck.
Same thing with the paladin. Fireball.
But I'm so excited because I get to be my hex blood that I wanted. And like,
Fireball.
and we're gonna figure it out, and I'm happy. So
You know what? You know what I think the most trollish item the DM could give me is?
What's that?
Anything that gives me immunity to fire. Or resistance to fire.
That would be cool. I transform into a cowgirl with huge tits.
That would be so much more interesting.
So I think if I'm a hexblood, I also can alter self. So I'm gonna do that. Well, but here's the thing. We all were like, hey, the session 0, let's have a really bawdy, kind of like gross but silly, humor in this campaign. But Jimmy was like, I don't want it to be too sexual. That would, or gory or anything. And it was just like, and it's like, I don't know what he thought. Like,
it's not going to be able to stop me.
It wasn't going to get that gross, but it was also like, well, I guess we can't transform into a cowgirl with huge tits. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, blah, 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 the end. Here's the thing. I'm sure he's a good person. I'm sure he's very kind.
I'm not sure of that at all.
I would bet.
Seems like a fucking asshole.
Okay, you know what? Fine. I don't know. I would bet that he's a kind person. I think maybe...
He's not... Has he done one kind thing?
I mean, he made that cool thing.
For money that you didn't offer.
That's true. That's true.
Name... You've known this person for over a year.
Yeah, about year and a half, yeah.
Name one nice thing.
His character... Oh. Well, actually, I kind of initiated this.
No, they had to do it. Name one nice thing.
Because like, it was something funny that our characters did together.
No, that the person did.
Right, okay.
Did they even pick up an item you have dropped to help you?
He brought snacks and offered it to the group. I did not partake. I didn't want any.
That is a mandatory offer.
I bought pizzas every week. I bought pizzas. And then one of the weeks, like, I had forgotten or something.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
And someone, I won't say who.
It was Jimmy.
It wasn't Jimmy, actually. It was someone else, was like, hey, Paige, next time I don't like that kind of pizza. You need to get this kind of pizza, okay? Because, like, that kind of pizza. And, like, it's just, like, cheese pizza. And I'm like, okay. Every week, I brought pizza. Just so you know. And I was like, okay. And then I never bought pizza again.
Yeah, because I was like, don't buy those bitches pizza.
Yeah, I was really hurt. I was like, it's cheese pizza. Or I think it was cheese pizza. Or maybe it was like pepperoni.
It was pepperoni.
It was pepperoni. It was like, just pick it off. Like, I was so hurt. I only got pepperoni because when I asked what kind of pizza people liked, no one said anything except one person said, oh, I like pepperoni. So I said, okay, pepperoni it is. I must have bought pizza like 4 months in a row for every week because we do it weekly. And they did, and like one guy
you should
didn't
have
even
taken
like
a shit on the floor.
He didn't even like it. Just tell me. Oh my God. Oh, okay.
By the way, there's room for you in my friend's D&D group.
Oh,
if
that's
you want
sweet.
to join that.
Oh, thanks. I I wanted to play with them
Yeah.
like a year and a half ago.
And you're like, no, I should do it in person with these losers.
Well, no, I was just overwhelmed because because like I really want to though with them. I was really hurt, and he did eat it. He would eat it every time.
I think if someone complains,
Just tell me.
I think if someone complains about food after they've eaten it, they should have to give it back.
Well, hold on. If someone said, "Oh, hey, Paige, we really appreciate you bringing pizza so much. Would you mind changing it up to, peppers?" I would have been like, "No problem," and just like, "Yeah, absolutely, sounds delicious."
Okay.
No problem.
Crispy Boy says your D&D group sucks. Okay, I really like the DM. I think the fighter is actually really cool.
The fighter's sweet.
They're fucking super cringe. They're so fucking cringe, Paige.
Who, the paladin?
No, the fighter.
Oh,
the fighter's so cringe, but you know what? You know what? He's really nice.
He's so sweet.
So you know what? He's all right.
I love the fighter.
Doesn't have a mean bone in his body.
No, he's a sweetie.
And the paladin, he's magic.
Yeah, the paladin
he's got magic powers.
He's a shaman. He's a shaman. And so we want to hear everything he
has to say.
Any word
I want to hear
says,
it. I want to hear it.
Shut up, everybody. Just hold on.
I'm so into it.
The paladin's talking. I want to know everything that's going on in this man's life. I love him.
Okay, so and I really like the DM. I think he's a really good guy. The DM has hung out with the baby a bunch, and the baby loves him.
Yeah.
He loves the dog. It's like the DM's rock solid.
Great guy. The DM's a very kind person.
I would say the DM is in that weird space in between acquaintance and friend. Like, we haven't invited him over, but we see him all the time. You know that weird little space. So then there's Jimmy.
Yeah.
Then there's the Jimmy. The Jimmy.
The Jimmy. Is the Jimmy DM's best friend? No. But they've
I think there's a pity aspect here.
No, I don't know about that. But they've played several campaigns together. They know each other through the this specific game store that we all have kind of congregated at.
The nerd watering hole.
The nerd watering hole, if you will. Do you think any of the other players are telling stories like this about you guys?
I think they're too high. Hand me that. I gotta take him.
What?
The harness.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
I don't know. I'm pretty.
They are blazing in there.
Yeah. I would be really surprised. Pat and I are pretty accommodating. We're just playing our characters. We have a drink. I haven't brought a snack this time, but I think I'll bring a snack next week. And then we leave, and I drive people home. I don't know.
Paige, can you help me?
What do you need help with?
I need help putting this on.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Also, I think it's really funny to show people how to put his harness on. Because of his legs.
But I don't know. Why would people...
All right.
Talk about us? We're not causing any... I don't know.
Gotta thread the needle.
I would be really surprised, but it's not my business.
His little legs.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You got it?
I got it. So I might be a bit because
oh yeah, no problem.
This dog takes forever.
I'm not trying to be like
bye bye Boosie.
So okay, go potty, go pee-pees. Do you have a bag?
Yeah, I got
Okay, cool. I'm not trying to be like...
It's hard to scoop up all his piss,
So why harness him? Can't you just catch him? So he is pretty quick. He hops like a little rabbit when he's really excited. There is an area of our yard that has some thorns, and for some reason he's very attracted to that area.
Go under the bramble, and I slashed up my shit getting him out.
There's some thorny plants in that area, and we just don't want him hopping in there. So we just for safety. But yeah, I don't think anybody would have anything to say about us, but I don't know. I have no idea. But like I said, we go, we play our characters, we smile and laugh, and then I drive people home, and that's kind of what we do. I don't know. You're disappointed Pat has no OnlyFans, where he shows new shirts and demands money. That might be fun. Jimmy probably talks shit about everyone. I don't know. It's not my business. I don't know. Pat's only shirts. That's great. I really mean this. I just want to go. I want to play games. I want to have fun, and I just want to, But I will say the campaign is going really well. We're having a lot of fun. I feel like a real question is, do the other folks in the campaign talk crap about Jimmy? I have no idea. Again, like I have no idea. I think I don't know. I know that he was having trouble finding people having a campaign that would take him. But I don't know if that was because of him or if like just everybody had already found enough people. I don't know. You drive people home and they're still rude about the pizza. I mean, that was last campaign. I wasn't driving people then. But I was still kind of like, I was kind of hurt. I was like, man, if you don't like the snack I'm bringing, it's okay to be like, hey, I actually don't like pepperoni that much. Could we maybe get, peppers? I would have been like, absolutely. But like after like, God, just months of bringing, oh well. Anyway, it's super rude they didn't say shit for 4 months. I just felt stupid, The closest to a Jimmy in my group is this autistic fellow who threw a fit at the end of one of the campaigns and says some out-of-pocket things. However, I'm conflicted because I'm pretty sure it's because of the autism, but one of my buddies is having a hard time dealing with him. I think this person said even that he may, or that he does have autism. I have no idea. That's none of my business. But I just kind of, well, no, it's not my business.
Well, if the autism's at you, it is.
Patrick. You can't say that.
I can say lots of things.
Anyway. Last year at D&D, I was the David the Gnome that brought donuts or hot dogs to campaign since the DM was hosting at his house. Ooh, hot dogs. I think I brought a cake. I made my okie dokie pokey cake, and they liked it to the last campaign. So maybe I'll do that again.
Right. Well, a couple things have happened with me this week, but I'll start with the one that is the most unexpected by far. So back to playing D&D after a break. Back with Jimmy and fighter, and
I put my Yimby stickers up forever.
It's up there. So I had a migraine a couple weeks ago, so I was not able to return to D&D because I was in so like we were getting ready to go, and Paige asked like, hey, can you read the boy a storybook while we get ready, right? Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay. And so I'm reading the kid the book, like, and then Pokey Puppy went over because anything louder would make me like my eyes bug out of my head and like throw up on the ground, like level migraine.
Damn.
And then she's like, you're not going anywhere. I'm like, no. So Paige went by herself, and that what they did is they ballooned me, in which they just assumed my character was there.
Yeah.
Just wasn't talking.
Yeah.
And Paige is the obsessive note taker.
Good DM should be able to do that.
So she just he brought back her obsessive note taking and got me all caught up to speed, and it was no problem, right? So I went back last week, and we sat down and we were having a good session, and Jimmy started to do his shit, which the number one thing was talking over people and interrupting people and constantly needing to make it about himself. And this was something that like came up a long time ago, and the
I thought
DM
this was
spoke to him.
addressed. Yeah, I thought.
And like now it's not just back. Now it's worse. Now it's actually worse than it was before, to the point of in character tantrums or whatever were screaming at the table. And by screaming, I mean Paige and I are literally putting our hands over our ears because our ears hurt. Screaming.
In character.
In character. So it's in and
It sounds like perhaps when they got a talking to, they were not getting what they wanted to out of these sessions.
So here's the thing. When I wasn't there, it was actually a much better session. And the session before that I was there was a much better session. So don't know what the fuck happened at this one, but it was like much worse. Like, and so I walked away from that and I was talking to Paige and I'm like, I have one session left in me. We're coming up on like what essentially is like a first major encounter. And I'm like, I'm going to tell the DM to plan that if I want to hit the ripcord, to just fucking kill my ass in this upcoming encounter. And I am going to just leave because I am like paying a babysitter so that I can go to play D&D and get mad and come home pissed off.
Sidebar, do you know if anyone else is echoing these feelings at the time?
Oh, I know Paige is.
Okay.
Because she's like, this fucking motherfucker. And, but we haven't spoken to the paladin or the fighter about this. So I was like, all right.
Get killed off in the early season.
So ready to leave. I've put up with this for multiple months. Right. So I'll talk to the DM about setting up a possible ripcord. It's like, yeah, just kill my ass in this encounter.
What if a helicopter comes and picks you up and lifts you out of the story and drops you in a new campaign?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And then this kind of puts Paige in a different awkward position, because if she also wants to pull the ripcord, that's like 40% of the group. Right. And so that would essentially kill the group. Right. But I'm like, I like, at the very least, I'll just watch the baby on Tuesday nights, like whatever. Right. And we're hemming and hawing and we're discussing about like, what if we just be like, hey, Jimmy, shut the fuck up the next time he goes off? Just like in character, test the waters of, hey, can you just shut your fucking mouth and see where we get with that. And as we are discussing this, and I'm streaming late one night, Paige texts me, Jimmy left the D&D campaign on his own. Out of nowhere, no warning, just peace out, bye. And we're like, what the fuck? Turns out,
what happened?
Jimmy was really unhappy with how we were running the game. So for context, let's go back to session 0, right? In session 0, the part of session 0 is everybody puts forth what they want to do and what they're cool with and what they're not cool with, right? Me, the paladin, Paige, and the fighter, and the DM all went, we're good with anything. Don't give a shit. Whatever. Jimmy then makes the completely reasonable request that he's good with almost everything, but he's not a big fan of graphic depictions of gore in D&D and graphic depictions of like sex in D&D because he thinks that's like weird at the table. Right?
Okay, sure. And
we all went, yeah, okay. That's no problem.
Yeah.
Absolutely no problem. And not an issue.
I'm afraid of the relevance here. Okay.
So no, we'll get there. Don't worry about it. And for context, I want to put out that this is the same session 0 in which I said my only request for this entire game is that I play a unique class. And everyone went, okay. and Jimmy lied about his class, lied about his race, and showed up with pre-rolled stats.
Yep.
Which is, come on, right? Come on. So we go forth, and I mentioned that the paladin is like a really the guy playing the paladin super chill, but he's playing the paladin as super aggro and is hitting on every single female character that we encounter and constantly making like sex jokes.
Okay.
And when Jimmy brought to attention, I really don't like his behavior making me so uncomfortable, the DM was like, that is not a depiction of graphic sex or gore. You agreed that this was all fine, and we've done like 15 sessions in which you haven't had a problem.
Is it just that he's basically just being like a playboy kind of character?
He's basically like, hey, girl.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Holler at me. Come on. Let's have a baby. Let's get pregnant.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, yeah, that's it. That was the tipping point.
All right.
Gone. Poof. So,
and not an invisible detection of the fact that y'all were getting fed up.
No. So you would think that me and Paige going at like being interrupted like 5 times in a row. But the ability Paige
to detect that
get interrupted 5 times in a row on one sentence. And you know what Paige looks like when she gets interrupted. You would have to be fucking oblivious to fucking like miss that shit.
But the person who's unaware of how much they're doing that does not have the detector to notice what other people are doing, right? The skills that cause the interruption are also the lack of detection for the room, you know? That's pretty incredible. That's ultimately very fortunate that everything wrapped itself up in a nice little bow.
I'm now super excited to play D&D again.
But like the idea that like everything calmed down and then came back around and you were like on that final week, like, yeah, okay.
Like right before right before I probably crashed the campaign by leaving, Jimmy left and everyone's like, yeah, let's keep going.
And I know this is, I know you know, but like obviously as someone who's like you haven't really done any tabletopping or D&Ding before, like, you know, everyone who has wants you to have a nice experience with this so you can see how fun it can be.
Absolutely.
But you definitely are aware that like this type of experience is extremely atypical. And
actually, I totally disagree. This experience is bordering universal over time. I've spoken to a lot of tabletop nerds, and they have been like, you will encounter this.
Okay. Let me correct. Though the vibes are rancid.
Yes.
And I played with friends and people that I knew, or at worst were acquaintances of people that I knew. I have not done blind stranger campaigns.
Yeah. Well, we know the DM, but that's mainly the only point of contact.
I can't speak towards joining an anonymous group of strangers. I can only speak towards playing with people that you know and friends of friends. You know, a couple degrees of separation, and you're at the very least like, okay, you know, you pass muster. Everyone here is kind of chill.
So that just kind of like magically worked itself out. Though there is 2 points of annoyance for me.
Sorry, last thought on that is I feel like it might be the difference between solo queuing and queuing with friends in Discord. It's kind of like that, right?
There's 2 points of annoyance here. That I mean, this is overall like a massive positive. Point of annoyance 1 is it's one of those things where like when the person who is driving you completely insane with their bad behavior goes, I can't handle you guys. Essentially, like what? But you though, right?
Self-awareness.
But the other thing is that like, okay, so here's the sequence of events. I want to make a warlock, and I build out my character out to 5 levels, and I'm like super excited to play a warlock. Jimmy lies about what his class is and then does the exact same Warlock with the exact same spells. I go through a massive discussion with the DM and then completely retrofit my character into being a cleric and then play the cleric for multiple months. Then Jimmy leaves, and now there is a warlock-shaped hole with all of the skills that I would have had in the campaign empty because now I'm a cleric.
Yeah, was there ever any kind of like, what? It's just a coincidence kind of justification, or
no? We just never addressed it at all.
Just never addressed it. Okay.
Because when I ended up changing over to cleric, I had never cast a spell, so that meant there was absolutely no continuity issues.
Okay, because you always would you can just imagine, like, if someone else did the exact same thing to you, think about the level of tantrum that you would throw, right? But we don't live in that world where the hypocrisy means anything to you, because, again, if you had any self-awareness, we wouldn't be here to begin with. Like, the problems that this is many steps in to the original domino that is failing, which is your ability to just read the room, pick up, your behavior, and just, also, I think, like, even in character, like, I've seen people perform and, RP, like, go all in on that. Anything that might elicit a noise complaint is, like, completely unnecessary, just by virtue of the way you play these games.
Oh yeah, I left with a headache.
Right? So
it's, like, ridiculous.
So obviously you're getting really upset and using the in character to mask that, because you don't have emotional regulation. But, like, that on its own should be reason enough for the room DM or everyone to be like, yo, can we not take it to that volume level, please? That's insane.
Yeah. So, hey, everything just
worked itself out
in a way that was unexpected, and very excited to play D&D, which was scheduled for tonight, except our babysitter got sick, so D&D is now postponed for multiple weeks.
Okay, well, damn. But hey,
which is the way it goes.
Sounds like he took responsibility. Interesting. Huh.
All right. That's the most D&D shit ever. Scheduling adults is extremely difficult. It's very tough. Couldn't believe the feeling of, like, oh wow, it just. You know what? People are right. Jimmy did fix it.
Yeah, he said he was going to fix it. He said he'd fix it, and then he did.
And he fixed it.
He took responsibility. He did.
All right. So, what else has been going on? So that's pretty much what I did for games and media and whatnot. The only other thing that happened to me this week is that I was going through my phone, and I don't use, I use Discord, right? But in our D&D group, we don't use Discord. We use Facebook Messenger, which I hate, right? This is of note because I was like, I have to talk to the gang and reschedule a certain D&D thing because I have something I need to do. And so I go in, I'm like, hey, blah, 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 guys, can we move this like an hour? And everyone's like, great, right? Totally normal. Except, so I don't use Facebook Messenger. And what I've discovered is that there was actually, for multiple weeks, a message sitting in my Facebook Messenger that I had not clicked on. I'm like, that's strange. It's from somebody I'm not friends with on Facebook. Who could it be? And I click on it, and it is from the day after Jimmy left the D&D group. From Jimmy. And I'm like, oh, this is unexpected.
Epilogue?
Okay. Oh, I wonder what it could be. I wonder if it will totally justify every emotion I felt during this whole saga. So for context, the day that Jimmy left the group, we all hit level 3, and we're talking about the level ups and new abilities we were going to have as part of our level 3 characters, which is a big level in D&D 5.0. Jimmy writes, by the way, if you wanted to hide that you took C invisibility from me, you probably shouldn't have shown the fighter so excitedly. I never wanted to fight you guys. Inter-party conflicts only lead to hurt feelings. Just from a vet to a newbie, don't build your character to fight the others. Work with the remaining players. So I spoke to Paige and I reached out to the fighter because I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? So here's what happened. You remember when I said that Jimmy had been shape changing and going invisible constantly in the background to constantly take attention for themselves while everybody else was playing?
Right.
At level 3, light clerics, the class I had to switch to because of all that stuff with the warlock that Jimmy took my class because he lied about it. They get see invisibility as a base level ability. And I believe that when Jimmy heard that, thought that I had taken it specifically to fuck with
him.
And then admonished me as a vet to a newbie not to pick abilities that lead to inter-party conflict.
And this is after leaving. This is just
leaving. Just out on the way out.
A little parting message, just so you know. Yeah.
You shouldn't pick abilities that fuck with other people's characters.
Oh.
You shouldn't.
Oh, taking responsibility on the way out.
A couple of things here.
Oh, yeah.
One, as a vet, he should know by looking at Cleric, see invisibility is a mandatory prepared spell. It's default. Right? That's part of the kit. 2, I didn't hide shit from anybody. I was talking about my brand new automatic prepared spells. 3, and we checked with the DM on the ruling on this. Even if other people in your party are invisible, it is still assumed that the party knows where they are because they're saying out
together
loud,
what's going on.
I'm moving around here and there, and we're working as a group. So, like, 1, knowledge check error. 2, ruling check error. 3, social error as to my intentions.
Hey, man, you're new, so I'm just being kind, you know.
I'll tell you what, man. I was losing my fucking mind. I was going off. I was showing this to Paige and just yelling, the fucking audacity! The guy who's fucking lied about his class, his character, and all his skills specifically to fuck me over is lecturing me on inter-party dynamics. And he's wrong. This is like the epitome of everything, where it's like being corrected by an asshole who's wrong, who's incorrect.
You know, there's a better way to be social and get along with everybody in these types of games, and you know, you wouldn't know it, but you know, I'm sure you'll get there eventually as you get experienced with this. I've turned the corner on this. I've 180'd and I've changed my mind. This is actually the best D&D first experience you could have. This is awesome. This is on brand, and this is perfect for you. This is great.
Paige and I were like, for this whole saga, we're like, you know what? You know, we don't want to make waves, and we don't want to be seen as unreasonable, and we don't want to be the problem. And I'm like, I am now ready to be the problem. I am now ready to be like, not dealing with this. Fuck this. I'm out.
This is inserting passion where there might not have been any. You know, this is a flame ignited in your first game here. I am now pro Yimpy. Good stuff.
I also think, and this is like a really rare, like for life situation. There's lots of personal like dilemmas and interpersonal issues and butting of heads that happen throughout your life. And oftentimes it doesn't resolve very cleanly or kind of fades away. And then you want like, and you wonder, like, as time goes on, you're like, was I being a dick, or could I have said? Was there a thing I could have said that would have smoothed things out? Or, and you doubt. And I have been given like a mandate from heaven to be like, nah, you're good.
Well, here's what you got is you got confirmation that after the cutting of ties, that it lived rent free enough for him to look you up and send a filtered message to your unfriended account to just get that off the chest and communicate one last thing that he couldn't let go of. Right?
It's like, I just want to send this out so that I can know that even though I'm leaving, I wasn't the problem.
I mean,
it was really everybody else.
That's kind of incredible. That is.
It also makes me wonder if the stated reason for leaving, being didn't like the paladin's behavior, is only part of the reason for leaving. And the fact that they were sitting there going, see invisibility, now I can't do all my stupid invisibility shit for attention, might have actually been a factor. And instead of
based on what he thought you were doing. Yeah. I mean, look, I wish it'd be great to see the stats on like as a veteran, how many campaigns have you participated in, and how many have you left, and how have they gone? Have there been other instances that have gone this way, or do you tend to complete them no problem, top to bottom?
How many groups have disintegrated around you unexpectedly and without reason?
It would be interesting to know those numbers, if there was a little disconnect rating for your, for your IRL D&D sessions as a veteran.
So I feel really bad because this message is weeks old. And Baller Swag Bro put up a supercut of the Jimmy narrative. Like the entire Jimmy story where they cut the podcast and Paige's stream and my stream. And I feel bad because this is like the denouement
epilogue
of that whole thing. And it came out right after he cut up that big video. So sorry, Baller Swag Bro.
I mean, it's always nice to kind of like just get a little like, that's where you were mentally, at this. But
you don't get that.
But also,
you never get that from anybody. Like this is more closure than people get in their divorces. like for real.
But at the same time, it's like I'm hearing what those words you just said, and I'm thinking of the person who's screaming at the top of their lungs in character, and getting into like actual fights, and yeah, like that's solid. That's a good bit. I'm now glad that this has gone this way. It's pretty funny. I'll tell you, it's pretty fucking funny. It made me very mad, but it also made me feel really good. Like, really good. All doubts are gone. You could have had a straight, normal, boring-ass marriage, but now you got someone like pouring shit on the floor and being like, yeah, I'm dropping this on the floor. Now what? What are you going to do about it? It's getting spicy. Keeping things exciting. This is the best possible first campaign for you.
So I'm super excited to go back to D&D next week. I'm super fucking excited to go back to D&D next. I'm so fucking excited. This is going to be great.
I mean,
it's going to be great.
There's that part where it's like, where does everybody else, weigh in on this from outside of you guys?
So I can tell you right now. Paige is like, oh my god, Paige is of like mind, of like, oh my god, that motherfucker, the audacity. He spoke to the fighter, and the fighter knows him pretty well. And the fighter's like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then we spoke to the DM, and the DM's like, that's not how that works. That's not how that would work.
So
everyone is like me and Paige over here are outraged, and then the others are like, what? Huh?
Did you send a read receipt?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I think I have that turned off, but who knows?
Okay, because that's an important decision, is whether or not you mark it as read or you leave it in the abyss.
That's a great question. Who knows?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. Because that's.
So here's the fun thing, right?
That matters.
The idea, let's say I have read receipts on, right? It took me weeks to see it. And so then the question becomes, who the fuck is checking to see that somebody has read that message weeks later? That's the worst.
I mean, because like Jimmy is Jimmy, and again, the decision is yours to decide whether to let it rock or even just little. All right, hey, thumbs up, champ. Whatever you say, sure thing. Oh. Good stuff. All right.
So yeah, there is a Jimothy update. For me specifically, it's kind of big. Unbelievable. Wow. I'm shocked. Sorry, I don't have any I don't have anything interesting or probably new to say other than oh my god. That is some cool ass shit. I can't. Sorry, one second. Wow. Oh yeah, there's more fucking Jimmy shit. Unbelievable. Will Switch 2 become the dominant console? I mean, what if Papyrus isn't in chapter 3 and 4? I don't know what the plan is there. I'm really shocked. Wow. Okay, so do you want to rewatch that Duskblood trailer, or do you want to hear the Jimmy shit right now? Because I'm ready. Okay, all right. Okay. So, all right, let me prepare myself. So, okay. The last thing you heard was that Jimmy wrote that extremely bizarre, I find it very creepy, passive-aggressive message to Pat out of nowhere for no reason. Not only was he wrong in that didn't happen, he was also wrong about the thing he thought that happened, and he looked like a complete fool. So, I will read that message briefly, because, so fucking funny. Let me find it. Because it's just like, not only are you like, trying to brag, like I'm such a, I have to read it to you. One second. There it is. Okay. So if you haven't watched the latest CSB, Pat received a passive-aggressive message that he didn't get from Jimmy. And that message was out of nowhere. And it was like the day he had left, but Pat only saw it like 3 weeks later because he doesn't care or check his stuff. He said, BTW. This is the first message he has ever sent Pat or anything. BTW, all caps, period. If you wanted to hide, you took C invisibility from me, comma, you probably shouldn't have shown the fighter so excitedly. Space. I never wanted to fight you guys. Inter-party conflicts only lead to hurt feelings. Just from a vet to a newbie. Don't build your character to fight the others. Work with the, comma, remaining, comma, players. So, what... Oh man, D&D drama is so uninteresting. Like, it's so like, who gives a shit? It's a fucking game. So Jimmy's like almost 40. So what he doesn't realize, I guess, because he's such a vet, is that Pat is a light cleric and he automatically gets see invisibility whether he wants to or not. It's in the base kit. He gets it. And Jimmy's character kept going invisible for no reason, even though he was level 2 and we only just leveled up to level 3. No, he's Pat's age. He's like 38. And it's like and also him showing the fighter excitedly. We asked the fighter, did that even happen? And the fighter goes, no. No one knows what this is about. We're all confused. Really bizarre. Whatever. I am super creeped out by this. This kind of behavior, the way he acted at the table, increasingly like the slamming and the tantrums, and then this, I got creeped out and I blocked him. He had unfriended me and I was like, that is so fucking weird and I don't understand, but whatever. So I was like, okay, I'm out. I don't want to receive a message like this. So I blocked him. I'm like, no, thank you. Right. And then I was just going to go, okay, boom. And just, we thought this was the end. Why could he turn invisible at that level? We don't know. I guess the DM kind of let him get away with murder. I suspect the DM is a friend of ours. We love him, but he just kind of has a soft spot for this guy, which I don't know. Not my place, not my business, but I suspect no VOD for Nintendo React. There will be. I don't know. So, oh yeah, no, the DM is very kind. I think he may be too kind, especially to this person. Whatever. He somehow, was able to turn invisible, and he would do so it was not helpful in any way. He just would on and off and just yell out, I'm invisible now I'm not, haha. And we would just be like, so I assume it had something to do with his story, like he has a magic item or something or the other, and because Pat had see invisibility, now Pat was gonna like see through something, I guess. Yeah, main character syndrome, like for real. And Pat wouldn't have had it had he not been forced to change from a warlock to a light cleric because of Jimmy. So Jimmy caused everything. And Jimmy had left the party, so all this stuff, right? So we're just like, whatever. So I'm like, I don't want to deal with this, so like, ew. And I just, bleh. He had already unfriended me, which that's his prerogative. I still don't know why, but like, that's his business. And I was just like, I don't want to receive one of these creepy messages. The end. So, there is a group chat that I am in, that is like a bunch of people, from like this store that like we all go to, and I'm in there, and I'm not like an active participant, like super active occasionally, but I like to go in there and see like what's going on, like when like a paint night is, or when like a thing is at this store. I like everybody in there, whatever. Jimmy's in there, but because I had blocked him, it just shows like whatever, it shows that he had like talked, but I can't see it, and I don't care to. It's great. So it's like, whatever, who cares? I have not typed in there. I just, when I received this message, I wrote the fighter, and I was just like, hey, did this happen? All this stuff. Cause they live in like the same, building, and, the fighter, and like, they're like sort of friends, but like, the fighter's great. And I was just like, hey, like, does he understand that that's wrong? And he goes, yeah, I don't know what that's about, but he is wrong. Like Pat gets see invisibility. Like, I don't know what that's about. And I was like, did Pat or I do anything wrong? Because like, I would like to know if I did, or if he did, or whatever, because like, just so I'm aware. Because if we do something wrong, like, we want to know. And he's like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. No. And I was like, okay, great. Right. So this group chat, this is kind of the only place where like it's the most active chat for like this whole game store and all this stuff and all these people I know. There is a Discord that nobody fucking uses. Like, nobody uses it. It's like somebody posts in there once every like 6 days. And so all of a sudden I go in there. That's odd. Someone has removed me. someone has removed me from this chat where like it's the only place where I know like it's the only place I know where to know what's going on in the community and the store. And I'm like, so almost a 40-year-old person. And I had blocked him like ages ago, but I guess I suspect he had wanted to send me a message and saw that I blocked him. And, so I was like, that's so weird. So I go to, I know 2 people in that chat, like really well. One is the barbarian from the campaign I played previously that ended, that I've told you about, that Jimmy was in, and he was like terrible, but not nearly as bad. And then also the DM, our current DM. So I wrote them both and I said, hey, I saw that I've been like, and keep in mind, I've been trying to like get more involved in this. And if I hadn't been trying to create like friendships and contacts and stuff, I would just be like, who cares, whatever. But like, I've been working on creating like friends and shit. And so I'm like, hey, I need to say something. So I said, hey, I saw that I was removed from this chat. It doesn't say who removed me. I was just wondering, was there like a cleanup? Did I do something wrong? Did I do something against the rules? What happened? And like please, like shed some light on this. And the barbarian from the previous campaign was like, yeah, so I thought that it had been discussed with you because I saw you had been removed. And I was like, no one discussed anything with me. He goes, oh, well, Jimmy is the admin. He is the sole admin. Because I don't know how this Facebook shit works. And I was just like, oh, okay, well, and I explained the story. I said, well, he's got some beef with me, just so you know. And I explained, and I'm like, and it's very confusing, and I don't know what's going on. And I don't mean to cause drama. I don't mean to cause like a problem with him. I think I should be in this group chat just so I know what's going on in this community and the store specifically, so I can be part of it. I think and he goes, yeah, hey, that sucks. I'm gonna talk to him and see what can be done here. Because a lot of the paint nights and stuff happen at the barbarian's house, right? So I was like, okay, that if possible, like I don't want to cause a problem. He's like, no. He's like, I want to solve this for you because we're pals. And I was like, that'd be really kind. Again, you don't have to. I was just wondering if you knew. He's like, no. He's like, let me ask. I'll find out. And I said, okay. I also wrote the DM and I was like, hey, I wrote them at the same time because I was just like, I need to solve this. And the DM was like, wrote me a bit later and was like, yeah, so Jimmy is the admin. And I was like, okay, well, he has now, like, he's gatekeeping me from like knowing anything that's going on. I don't know what to do. I think this sucks. I was nothing but so kind to him. I put up with so much behavior. I drove him around, like, and then I would have to like air out my car every time I would. Like, is there anything that can be done? And he said, I'll talk to him. And I was like, okay. So the next day, or a day or two later, I had this is so dumb, but I figure I owe it to you to, I hear from the barbarian. And he is a doll. I adore this person. And I'm going to paraphrase it, but long story short, he's like, hey, so you know that meme where it's like, oh, that escalated quickly. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, I spoke with Jimmy, and long story short, I'm paraphrasing. He seems to have really hurt feelings about how he feels rejected and isolated from our D&D group. And I was like, but he left the group of his own accord. We did not ask him to leave, and he's like, and then he's like, and he wants an explanation for why you blocked him. And I'm like, what? then he goes, and by extension, I think he wants an apology. And I was like, oh, but for what? He wrote my husband a very bizarre message, and I did not want to receive one, so I blocked him. He had already unfriended me, which is fine. I'm not asking for an apology for that. I don't give a shit. He's just the smelly guy, crazy asshole at D&D. Apology for what, though? And he's like, yeah, he's not going to do anything until he receives that. And I'm like, I don't understand. Which is so funny because this guy's like a super hardcore male feminist, and yet he is like gatekeeping, like let's face it, he is gatekeeping a woman from knowing what's going on at like the store and in that game like group and shit, right? Apparently Jimmy did mention that one of the other players, which was the paladin, was too sexual, and that's ultimately why he left. But it's just like, what? So the barbarian also said he does also get like really weird message, albeit not scary ones. But like that checks out. Yeah, he wants an explanation. And then the barbarian is so sweet. He's like, I would hope that he would also likewise offer an apology to you. Come on. He's this person is so sweet. But then he goes, and I know this isn't the result you wanted, but if I add you, he will probably just remove you or remove himself or just shut down the chat. And that it's very, very used. It's a very well used chat. I paraphrased that, by the way. And so I don't blame him at all for not wanting to cause Jimmy to shut everything down. So I was like, okay. And then so he's like, yeah, my hands are tied. I don't really know what to do here. And I was like, so does he like want to meet in person? I don't understand, like, because like I'll talk to him in person, but I have healthy confrontational skills. I can go, hey, here's this problem. We should solve it. And then I told the barbarian, I'm like, but I feel like I said, I feel like now I am completely cut off from everything now. And like what I'm no longer welcome at stuff. He's like, no, he's like, you will always be welcome at my home where paint night is. And I'm like, I'm not though, because if I show up for paint night, which I had planned on in the next month or so, at least, because I really enjoyed it when I went. I'm like, if I show up, which he's always there, then he's going to cause like an extreme fuss and I will look like the bringer of drama. And I don't want to cause that. So I don't get to go. I don't get to go to any of the like events now, and now I don't even know when they are. So and the barbarian was so sweet. He's like, look, I really enjoyed playing with you and I really enjoyed playing with him. He's like, I'm going to work on some like one shots here. And I've been wanting to ask if you would be interested in, joining me in them. Cause he's going to DM them. I said, I would love that. I really appreciate you trying for me. I really appreciate this. And hold on, there's more. I was like, I really appreciate the barbarian, mwah, 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 kisses, loved him in the previous campaign. Was very sad when we just had to end. It's a long story. Nothing bad, just busyness and for the last campaign. But he's like, I would love to excuse me. You seem like the kind of person where beefing with you makes someone look like a huge fucking weirdo. Well, thank you. I really enjoy being accommodating. I enjoy like solving problems and in a healthy way. I know I don't seem like it, but I really like to talk out like issues like, hey, there's a problem here. Let's solve it together. But Paige, you walking into a room and going, hey, and him throwing a tantrum is not you causing drama. I don't know. So that happened. I now have no, so I go, okay. So we went to D&D last night. It was, at first, I'm like so upset because I know what's coming. I'm about to hear, in my head, I'm like, I'm going to hear some excuses and shit. Cause like, we have to talk about it. So we arrive. I'm silent. I'm just going to sit tight. Pat does the talking. We come in, and Pat just starts off. Like, I was going to maybe like let us ease into it. But Pat goes, hey, we got to talk about this. And to the DM's credit, he's like, let's talk it out. And he basically was like, and Pat finally let it, like, his true feelings out and is like, no, like Pat was we were honest with the DM previously, but we were very nice in the way we worded it. This time, Pat was just like, this is so fucking bananas. And now my wife doesn't have access to like anything that's going on. Like, there is like unofficial, like, Discord that no one uses, but this like chat that I guess Jimmy made ages ago is the one that everyone's just in. And that's the one they use. And I respect that. So the DM was like listening to us. He was hearing us out. And I'm trying to paraphrase as best I can. But the paladin was like, I fucking love everybody there. That fucking paladin, we adore him. He was like, so I explained, I'm like, yeah, he wants me to apologize. And like, what the fuck? What am I apologizing for, DM? Like, what am I apologizing for even? I don't know. I'm so confused. And the paladin goes, you better not fucking apologize to him for shit. You better fucking not. And I looked at him and I said, I'd rather lop off my favorite titty. And they loved that. They thought that was funny. And I was like, yeah, no, I won't. But like, even if I super wanted to, I don't know. I don't know what I'm apologizing for. I'm not going to apologize for blocking someone who wrote my husband a bizarre message. And I was like, I do not wish to receive one. Goodbye. So long story short, the DM was like, look, I'm going to talk to him because I do think this is extremely uncool. He's like, I do want you to know. He's like, my friendship with this person is irrespective to anything that you say. Just as our friendship and relationship is irrespective to anything he would have to say. And I was like, and I said, that's fine. I'm not trying to make you not be friends with him or think of him in some kind of way to like not be friends. And he goes, good, because I won't not be his friend. I said, I respect that. I respect, like the DM had like boundaries with me and I respect them, but I'm like, why didn't you have boundaries with, and he did say though that he's like, I have boundaries with Jimmy that sometimes he bumps the line and I have to go, no, but he usually listens. And I'm like, I'm okay. Okay. I'm paraphrasing. There was a lot of information and I'm like, okay, and again, I do respect everything the DM said. That's his friend. They've been friends forever. They love to share like, D&D lore. And I think that's great. I think that's awesome. The fighter, they live in the same building, and the fighter was like, yeah, so I was like, what, do you know what's, and the fighter was like, yeah, so, whenever I speak to him, I always wait for Jimmy to speak first to me so I can gauge what mood he's in, whether or not I keep talking to him or what I'm going to talk about or how I talk to him. And I'm like, that kind of sucks that like in my head, I didn't say that. I was like, that's really sweet. The fighter's also just like an angel. And I'm just like, that's really sweet. But like in my head, I'm like, that means he dictates. That's miserable. And I was very forthright with them. I said, guys, I have been like I haven't been my true self here. I have been really, really like quiet about my feelings here and really, really sweet. I like that was inappropriate. It was not okay this whole time. And like I said as much to the DM privately, but I was like, this is this was really bad. Like, this is RPG horror shit. It was just really not okay. And then now so we had a nice clearing of the air. The paladin was so awesome. Everybody was great. We got our feelings out. And then the DM's like, okay, well, you know what? Let's reset. Hey, Pat, hey, fighter, do you have any new rules or like let's go back to a quick session 0 situation. Do you have any like boundaries or rules that are new that you have that you want us to talk about? And he's like, no one has ever bumped against my boundaries before in a D&D thing. That would be too hard for anybody to do. So let's go to town. Great. Then the DM asked the paladin. Paladin was like, what the fuck ever. I don't give a shit. Great. He asked Pat, and Pat said something like as a joke or whatever. And he goes, is anybody at the table secretly a light cleric and not telling anybody? No? Okay, great. Thank you. And we all laughed. And then the DM's like, okay, you. And I said, I actually do genuinely have a boundary. I have a real boundary, and I'm not playing around. And they were like, okay, yeah. And I said, I am going to need everyone at this table to wash their balls and asshole before they arrive at D&D. And everybody laughed. And I said, no, I'm serious. Like, if you need some like alcohol wipes or whatever, I'll provide. But Jimmy would sit there, and I told them, I was like, I would be like stifling gags, and like I would get like headaches. Like it was bad. Like it was, and I said this, I was like, I am not trying to dog on y'all's pal. This was rough. So if y'all wouldn't mind just making sure you don't really stinky, I would so appreciate it so much. Thank you. And they like were laughing, but they were like, yeah, totally. And then we made some jokes. It was fine. But I do have a heightened sense of smell, but like that was crazy. And luckily everyone there smells perfectly fine. So I knew it would be fine, but I just wanted to say, but again, but we all laughed, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, that was the best session of D&D that I have. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. We barely got anything done in like the 3.5 hours we played, because we would like do something as characters, and then like someone would go, oh yeah, this reminds me of, and then everyone at the table was so enthusiastic and excited to talk about like, oh, you're a person, let's hear it, because this is a social event. And Jimmy would like, when this would happen, would get so fucking angry and tantrumy if like anyone went, wow, this reminds me of something in my personal life. And he'd go, get back to the game. Whereas everyone was like, oh wow, we're gonna have fun and be like real people. And it was wonderful. It was wonderful. And the fighter, who's normally he would get constantly talked over by Jimmy, or like I couldn't hear him because I actually got to hear like his character do stuff, and it was really fun and cool and interesting. And it was wonderful. Like literally within 15 minutes, Pat texted me. He's like, this is already like so much better. Just the vibes of the game. Why play D&D if you don't like the social aspect? If you take out the social stuff, it's not a super great game on its own. Oh no, it is a super great game on its own. But it just, there's a lot of big fun personalities at the table, and like I'm so interested in everybody. I want to know everything about, especially the paladin. I want to know everything. But like we just finally got to know the fighter better, and Pat and I were like, oh my god, you're even cooler than we thought. It was so great. It was wonderful. I was so excited. And so rewind back to when we were discussing the Jimmy situation and stuff. I was like, I just don't know what to do, because now I don't get to like, I feel like I can't go to the store, or I can't go to the barbarian's house for these like events because I will cause a problem. And they were like, no, you should just go. You know, he's not going to do anything. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. But then I was like, they were like, yeah, no, we'll back you up. It's fine. I'm like, okay, well, here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I want to know. You guys seem to tolerate a lot of bad behavior and bad smells. And they laughed. I said, no, I'm serious. You tolerate bad behavior, extremely bad behavior, and bad smells. Oh, Jimmy's not. No, he's like in the game community or whatever. He's not at this game. You seem to allow this kind of thing. If I end up around Jimmy and he tries to start something with me and I allow myself to deal with the problem the way that I've wanted to deal with this problem forever, which is to just go, all right, let's have a talk. I'm worried that I'm going to break his soul and then I will look like the meanest, craziest asshole ever and be, and I'm a woman, so that's even worse. And it's just like, and I want to know that you don't have to back me up. You don't have to defend me. I'm just saying, can we still play D&D together? And they said, Paige, do whatever you need to or want to do. It's irrelevant. Like, and Jimmy's going to say and do, like, it's irrelevant. Again, like the DM was like, our relationship is our relationship. My relationship with him is my relationship. Whatever happens between you is none of my fucking business. And I was like, I really appreciate that. I just want to know that you'll still be like we'll be pals and stuff. And they were like, absolutely. And I'm like, and then I basically, again, paraphrasing, I was like, did me or Pat do anything wrong, or did we in any way instigate or whatever? And everyone's like, no. The DM did say there was something about this campaign and something about this group that triggered him, but he couldn't figure out why or what. And Pat and I did figure it out because we didn't know this. Jimmy had played with everyone at that table before, including me, except Pat. Even though Pat never instigated anything with this person at all whatsoever, and Jimmy would constantly be throwing barbs that Pat would not take. He would not like do anything weird. Like Pat would not respond to that. Like I was really proud of Pat this whole time. He didn't take the bait. And so I suspect Pat says, I feel like you and I are going somewhere, and being normal and causing Jimmy to crash the fuck out and go crazy is the most obvious next step in the world because he'll eventually just get him kicked out for going. But I don't want to cause that. I don't want to. That does not interest me to cause him to lose his mind, because I don't like causing. I don't want to be okay. I wouldn't cause it. I don't want to be a catalyst to someone crashing out and making other people uncomfortable. That does not. I don't like the drama, though. I'm literally trying. I have done nothing but try to stave off drama, and this person is just creating it. It's unhealthy. And so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But well, yeah, which do you want less, to be normal and cause them to crash out, or to isolate yourself? Yeah, no, it's true. It sucks, but like it's just so crazy how he like tries to be this like male feminist, cuz like I remember when the paladin was being really sexual, I thought it was funny. And then Jimmy gets in my car and he's like, "Can you believe the paladin? He was so sexual and he doesn't even belong in the story. Am I right, girl?" And I was like, "No. No, it was great. I loved it. I thought it was funny." Oh, it's super performative. It's awful. But here he is, gatekeeping and excluding a woman. Like, but I mean, genuinely, like now I have no idea what's going on. So I don't know. I only know about like the paint party that the barbarian has quite often, and he's like come anytime. He's like, just don't even worry about Jimmy. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on. Paint party club. I'm gonna keep on going. I don't know. We'll see. I wanted to like paint some Necrons and stuff, but now I'm just like, so I remember at the table, I think I floated. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if he was like super in love with me or something, which is like weird and gross. Like I'm no, not even on it. Like I'm like maybe like a couple years ago when I looked better, but yeesh, I don't know. He wants all of this, maybe, I don't know, but like and like maybe he was mad, like Pat, because like he was like 10,000 times worse when Pat was there. It was so bizarre. But the DM was like, no, he's like Ace. He's like Ace. So I don't know. I don't know. You immediately deciding that you have to avoid spaces with him in it lest he freak out and make a fool of himself because of your presence is literally the other side of the coin of the DM and the fighter and the barbarian tolerating his shit and letting him run his mouth and be a freak and not challenging him. It's identical behavior. No one wants to be the one to confront him or even appear to confront him and would rather let him do this shit forever. I guess. I'm just it's not healthy. Like I'm just going to subject myself and others to like a smelly tantrum. And then I'm going to have to go and be like, all right, and let my demons out. And I don't want to. But he is very enabled. We discussed that with the paladin. We hung out with the paladin a little bit after the game. The game was so good. We stopped early and then we hung out for an hour after, all of us at the DM's house. And then when we left, we hung out with the paladin a little bit more when we drove him home. Everyone smelled great, or, you know, not at all, which is great. Oh, Pat, whatever. So, what was that? But yeah, the paladin was awesome. He's like, yeah, BC is full of people who are just like enablers. And I knew this coming out here. The West Coast is very like, well, gentle hands and well, they're going through a hard time. And like the DM was like, yeah, no, he there's just something about this group that triggers him and I really don't know what it is or why or anything. And I was just like, well, you keep saying he's going through this hard time. What hard time is he going through? I've been through hard times and I don't bring it at the table. And he goes, I don't know. He goes, I don't know. I'm like, well, then you don't know. Like, come on. But I was a little bit like, well, what do you mean by this, DM? Like, what is, I was very frustrated. But I do appreciate that the DM does have boundaries and I respect them. My frustrations with the DM and the barb are ill-placed since you are similarly completely unwilling to confront Jimmy, and despite wishing you had let me confront him earlier, you still don't want me to confront him now. Okay, all right, fine. I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I guess. But I was like, so you like, it seems everyone here is so willing to tolerate the craziest, shittiest behavior that it makes me like, what have I ever been worried about? You know, like, if you tolerate all of this, surely you'll tolerate me going, hey, I really did not appreciate X, Y, and Z. I think this is inappropriate. I think you need to chill. If he doesn't want me back in that chat, that's fine at this point. Like, what the fuck ever. But I just think it's crazy because it's so petty and I have no access to any, you know, so it's like, all right, well, that's that. And I can't add myself back. I can't add myself back, and the barbarian is not willing to add me back. No, Pat, no one can add me back. I don't think, because he's the admin. And if no, I'm like because the barbarian's like, if I do keep adding you back, then he'll probably keep removing himself or he'll shut down the chat, and then, you know, and that sucks for them. I don't want to do that to the chat. If you have a list of I no longer have a list of everybody in the chat because I'm not in there anymore. I have no idea what's happening. I'm removed and I can't go back in. He's the sole admin. Yeah, so it is what it is. Can you not just make a throwaway account? I guess. Yeah, I guess I could. But it's like then I'd have to see Jimmy's messages and ew, I don't want to. I don't want to. Like he freaks me out to the point where like, you know, I'm making sure that our cameras, like our security cameras are like they're up. Like cuz like he knows where we live and shit. And like I think that's being a little too, you know, but I don't know. Like I'm like he freaked me out. I think I'm being a little too precious, but ugh. No, so the Discord, like no one uses it. Like it's like so the barbarians like, you know, the Discord, and I'm like, yeah, but no one says anything in there. Like occasionally, but I don't know. So, yeah, this is on fucking Messenger and shit. Ugh. Yeah, like I don't want to be the guy that like calls people out. That's an exhausting position to be in, and then you look like you're the one who's causing the problem, and I just ugh. You're talking about not wanting to cause a problem by going somewhere that the homeowner has invited you while double checking your cameras for safety reasons. You've lost your fucking mind. What is the problem? I guess. I just don't. It's not like he's gonna come into my house and beat me up. It's more like I'm like I don't know him well, and he's so erratic. I don't want him to like find my car and go, I'm gonna key that shit, you know what I mean? Like little things like that. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think I'm being too precious about it. Okay, Pat, like okay, I feel like you're bullying me into like whatever. Please make sure somebody with any sort of power in this group does something here. I spoke with the barbarian. He's the only one because a lot of these events happen at his home. And even he's like, look, you are always invited to my home. Like, please come anytime. But he's like, my hands are tied with the chat. And I respect that. I want to respect his boundaries. And that's so. Thank you, nerd bastard. Yeah. Like, cause this, the reason I'm a little bit like freaked out by Jimmy's behavior is because I have seen people who are like, he's harmless, which is what the DM keeps saying about Jimmy. I have seen people do that with someone who does these sort of things, and then out of nowhere they do something so crazy they're arrested. I've seen it multiple times, and I don't want to be on that end. So you say you have healthy confrontational skills, but this is the most non-confrontational shit I've heard. And I say this as someone else who is super non-confrontational. I mean, if I go and he says something, I'm gonna go, all right, well, we're gonna have a chat then. And while we're painting, I'm gonna go buy the, I have no problem, but I'm not thrilled about just showing up to paint night. And like, that's does not thrill me. That's not me going, and I'm gonna fucking, no, I just want to be normal. It's so awful. Casually painting, going, is that so? Well, no, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna be painting my Necron, and he's gonna like, these little barbs, pick, until like, I'm like, do we have a problem? And then everyone's gonna look at me and he'll go, what? I just know it. And then I'm going to look like the problem. And because I don't know these people nearly as well as they know Jimmy. And the reason, by the way, everyone tolerates Jimmy, because I was like, what is this? Is he like a prince? Like, what is going on? And he was like, he's just really, really, really knowledgeable and very talented, genuinely, like irrespective of everything else. This man is quite talented with 3D printing and painting and putting things, like he's quite good. And he just knows all this lore and shit, and like people really enjoy that. But no one said anything to contradict anything else I said. In fact, they only supported like the stink and the tantrums and the eggshells. So Paige, I don't mean to be mean, but you're twisting yourself into circles in a way that is contradictory and doesn't make sense. Because I have so many feelings about it. So, anyway, so that's that. Is Jimmy everyone's drug deal? I don't know. I hope that makes sense. If Jimmy had come one more time to a session, I would have had words and I would have confronted him and been like, hey, but I just really wanted things to go off without a hitch. I did not want to create an issue. I did not want to create, I don't like bad blood. I don't like grudges. I don't like hurt feelings. But I feel like me going now is me going, and I don't. So, anyway. Maybe it doesn't make sense. That's just like my weird feelings. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I hope it makes some kind of sense. So, I've just worked really. I'm just gonna have to find maybe another, community, because I was just really excited because this wasn't far from our house, and I was really enjoying the people and blah, 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 so I don't know. No, hold on, guys. I'm not saying, well, I'm never again. I just like guys, don't be mad at me. Because I don't feel like getting yelled at by a smelly man. His teeth are going to fall out and hit me in the face, okay? Am I the only woman in this specific community? No, there are a couple others. I don't know them well, and I was kind of hoping to. But it is obviously, it's a very male heavy group, which is fine. You just spent an hour describing was it an hour? Ugh. How non-confrontational and unhelpful everyone is, and not only are you unwilling to do anything, but you're actively preventing me from doing anything. Okay, fine. Okay. Do whatever, Pat. I don't know. Like at some point, yeah, I would love to go to the barbarian's house. I feel like I need to go, hey, by the way, I'm gonna come over. I hope that's okay. Like I think it's tonight. I think there's one tonight. Well, I don't have anything to paint right now. I was hoping to get some Necrons in here and shit, but maybe I can go run by the store. Wait, what? Wait. What makes it look like I'm instigating now? Everybody's saying go, but luck punch, but now it sounds like I'm what about what I just said is instigating? No, sorry, I don't mean to be like, tell me now. No, just, but I am interested. What about what I'm saying or want to do is instigating anything? Because I just want to paint some fucking Necrons, and the barbarian has like so many paints and so much cool shit, and very helpful. Like when I would go more often, it was, they were so sweet and helpful. Everybody was. Paige would pick the one guy to read. No, I'm reading everybody's. I'm just very curious as to sending the warning that you're coming over is taking responsibility for how he might react. Oh, when Jimmy's reaction is Jimmy's fault, you can't set him up like that. It's at someone's home, and I'm like, I want to be like, hey, just so you know, I will be coming. I don't know how Jim will react. I just because it's at someone's home, and I don't want, if someone's gonna flip out, but I guess maybe, I mean, he did say I'm always welcome, so yeah, I am. Yeah, well, maybe I'll go. I don't know. We'll see. Paige, you're being way too considerate about people who won't back you up. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them. They just want, like, these people just want the status quo. They just want to paint and do their nerd shit. And I respect that. I really do. And I also would like this. Because when I've been, it's a very peaceful thing. We play music, we paint, we chat. It's great. It's a fun time. I really enjoy it. So why not host some paint nights yourself? I'm not I would love that actually, but I'm not I'm in, especially in the chat, I'm very much a lurker. I really don't talk that much. Paige, you told me like a day or two ago you wish you had let me off a leash 6 months ago and cuss him out and tell him he stinks. No, I didn't say, hey, you should have cussed him out. I was like, hey, I wish I would have let you go, hey, you can't talk to us like that. Like I wasn't like, yeah, go 0 to 60 on this fucker. I was just like, I just wish I would have been like, hey, stop. You cannot talk to us like this, you know? That's what you should do first before you just curse somebody out. And then you curse them out. Whatever, Pat. Oh my God. Anyway, so that's that. So, by the way, I am still reeling from this show. That was incredible. I do need to eat lunch soon though. Yeah, no, Pat was right though. I will say this, Pat was right. I should have allowed Pat to leave the party if he wanted. Except now it's great. I don't get it. You're spending more time arguing with me in chat than dealing with Jimmy. Well, what? I don't want to pursue Jimmy. I don't want to pursue him. It's not, but whatever. You're right. You were right. So I'm very having a thing at my house. Like I've got this like almost 2-year-old, so that's something to consider. I'm not nearly as knowledgeable. I'm a complete newbie. I'm also like, I'm a bit of a lurker in the chat. Like I just like to know what's going on, and if I can go, which has been rare lately, I want to go. So yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess maybe we will go, Pat. I don't know if you want to come with me or I'll go. I don't know. I guess. But I don't have like the barbarian has all the paints at the house. He's got all these books. He's got other figurines. Like if you didn't bring one, he provides them. Like he's so sweet. So well, then what'll we do with the baby? We don't like. I'm not bringing the baby anywhere near that guy. Fucking weirdo. Not you, Jim. Just paint the baby. Babysitter. You have to remember the babysitter's like $100 a pop. Anytime Pat and I go anywhere without the baby, it's like, I think she has like a 4-hour minimum, and it's like $100 a pop. Like, so it's like something you have to like, plan and prep for, etc. I guess. So who's gonna get the Switch 2? Who's excited? I am. Although, what is it, like $679 in CAD? No, listen, I think you guys are so sweet, and I really appreciate you. I really genuinely appreciate you. So please don't feel like I'm like, you guys are pushing me. No, like I think you guys are so awesome, and I really appreciate the support. It's just one of those things where it's like, I just don't know what else, how much kinder I could have been. And I'm getting punished for something that someone made up and also is wrong. So, learning what Duskblood was killed your interest. Why? I think that seems cool. Do you have VODs enabled? I'm not sure. I might need Pat to help me with that. Yeah, but maybe there's like a story or something. Who knows? I think it'll be good. It's just Night Rain with a bloodborne coat of paint. Listen, I'll take it. I will take it. I will take it, and it looks yummy, and I like it. I don't know. We'll see. It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness, that's life. Ah, is that Star Trek? Night Rain did not have Victorian jetpacks. That is true. I'm also excited about Night Rain. So okay, Duskblood won't be out for another year though, right? That's 2026. Okay. I think, right? Oh, Eaglemen, that's so true. Okay. Oh, I have to prep myself for Deltarune. Oh my god. Anyway. So yeah, that's my gym update. There you go. Yum yum. Enjoy. What do you think about that? Like, cuz sorry, I was trying to read chat while I was telling the story. Any ghoul updates? No. I did not expect your reaction to Deltarune to be pure stress. I know. I mean, I'm thrilled. I just had a feeling. I just had a feeling that there was going to be something Deltarune-y, and so I was really nervous as to the time. Okay. Yeah. The Deltarune stress. I know. Toby is teasing it for beat tomorrow. He better fucking not. I swear to God, Jesus. Oh, right. Sorry, Pat. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Let me thank. I have not thanked. I would like to thank.
I will never be a memory.
So, long story short. Okay, by the way, if you don't know, and this is actually very important, if you don't know who Jimmy is, this story out of context, this is going to seem really weird. If you would like, it's a very truly long story. I believe Baller Swag Bro has compiled a lot of the important Saga points, if that is up your alley. It's very funny, and like looking at it later, it's so funny, and also like so it's been, let's see, hold on, how long has it been? 5 months, I think, since we have heard, what is the term? Hide nor hair of Jimothy. I thought for sure I was going to run into them sooner or later at the game store that I would go to. But it didn't. Just kind of like disappeared. Because I used to run into them all the time. Suddenly no more. I thought, oh. And like maybe, I don't know. I thought, well, maybe he saw me coming and like politely was like, oh, then I'll just skitter away, which I would appreciate, but whatever. So I'm not sure where to. So, okay. So funny. It's so heard nothing, seen nothing. Just so you know, we did have to end our session of D&D earlier, unfortunately, just because it just didn't make financial sense anymore. It was literally minimum $100 to go just to pay the sitter per session, and they wanted to do like 4 a month, and it was just not that's just not feasible. Like that, it was ridiculous. It took like, and then on top of that, like go get. We need something to eat. And even when we took stuff to eat, and it's gas, and then people would want to be driven home, which is totally understandable. And it was just like, Jesus Christ, I don't know. And if it was like super mega ultra ridiculously fun, like the both of us were having, we would have been like, okay, yeah, right. But as it was, we were only having like some fun, you know. So for that amount of money that takes up just like all the entertainment budget, which we don't really go out to the movies much, we don't really go out to eat much anymore. So it's like blah blah blah. So we told the DM. He was so sweet about it. He's a good guy. We told everybody. Everyone was really understanding. We're like totally amicable. You know, everybody understood. We've seen a couple of them since. It's like, hey, you know, like nothing. You know, it's just unfortunate. And we were having a lot of fun, but you know, yeah, like movies are like what 26 a person. Ridiculous. By the way, real quick, Roz gifted a sub to Queequeg. Roz, mwah, we love you. Queequeg, mwah, enjoy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Also, Disco Pumpkin resubbed for 49 months and said, Paige stream big and strong. Thank you very kindly. Thank you. Don't tell me what. Don't tell me what. I want to hear stories. Tell me stories. Now I want to know the story. But yeah, like going to a movie is like $1 billion goddamn dollars. Jesus. And then popcorn on top of that. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I don't mean to stall. So Pat and I are creatures of habit. We like to go to, like, especially Pat. We like to go to the same little cafes and the same little restaurants when we do go out to eat. And oh yeah, jazz hands, here I go. And I can't remember why, but we were just like, I want a burger. I want a burger too. Let's go get a burger. So we like to go to this kind of hole in the wall place that we really like. And it's like a greasy spoon diner. Like you can't even tell like what's going on in there. I love that. Hole in the wall, greasy spoon diners are my favorite. Back when I lived in Japan, like that's where the best food was, right? God, I do love the white spot. So we're like, hey, let's go over there. So we drove over there, blah blah blah. We got Gowron with us, and we get to sit at this booth, and it's kind of a secluded booth. So that's really nice. We were excited. It's pretty dead in there. We're sitting around, and then I'm like, oh hey, I gotta go get the high chair for Gowron, because we had a booster for him, but he's still too small. So I was like, I'll go get a high chair. So I go to the other part of the restaurant, and I'm like looking for where the high chairs are, right? Because it's like you can just go get them, and I didn't like to bug the server, because we know her and she's great and she's busy. So I'm like, you know, and I go to pick it up, and I'm like, right, and I smelled something not great. And I was like, and then I pick up and I turn around, and in the corner, like I am not playing with you. So I run back. Pat and I are texting. He's like, and I'm like, I can't. And we're like sitting there, and we're just like, why? He's there, and like that's fine. Everyone's allowed to be wherever they want to be. I just was so like, are you kidding me? Like, so I'm like, okay, whatever. And I thought it was kind of weird that I didn't smell him at first, because he wasn't like that far, but he wasn't that close either. So yeah, no, the smell was Jimmy, which that was one of the first things about Jimmy that like was extremely off-putting, to the point where like when I would like, I mean, it's not a place we go all the time. It's just if we want like a specific kind of burger, we might go there. So like back during D&D, he would like get in our car, and like I would have to open up all the windows and doors and air out the car overnight, because, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's actually something that I may speak to one of his friends or someone that he does Warhammer stuff with, and be like, hey, if that person is your friend, you need to say so. I'll go more into that, because it's mean of, if he has like real friends, it's like genuinely really mean not to tell him. So regardless, we're sitting there and I'm like, oh my gosh. So then now this is on me. I have an extraordinarily, what's the word? High, what's it? What's the word? So how do I put this? So I have a very high, sorry, I'm like blanking out all of a sudden. My disgust threshold is low, especially for scent, but also if I think about something gross, I will start to throw up. So I'm trying to, the reason I'm pausing a lot is I'm trying to talk around it so I don't get sick. So as you guys know, especially like once I turned 30, this started happening, and you have seen it on camera, where like if I talk about something too much or if I think about something icky, I will start throwing up. In fact, today I texted Pat that I threw up on the couch today twice because I thought about something irrespective of this, right? I just thought about something icky and went bleh. Now I almost always make it to the bathroom or somewhere, but it's like, he is not overweight. No, at all. No. So I'm at like, we get our food and, we get some fries, and I start like, I don't know if I thought I could smell him or maybe but I started like to throw up, and I had to like stop like eating. And Pat was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine." And it very well may have been like my mind just thinking about it, but I don't know. And then I started gagging so bad that Pat's like, "You have to go to the bathroom." Like, and I'm like, yeah. And so I got up and I went and I barfed. And I don't know if like, but I think because that's my issue, right? Is like if once I get a bad smell in my nose, or if I start thinking about it, I just start to like be like very, very sick. So I was just like, could not finish my burger. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, and Pat's like, "You got to be kidding me!" And like we're laughing, like, so I'm not like, "Oh, poor me," but like. I always check a burger for worms. Don't worry. So I know, but I feel, well, get ready, Night of Trousers. Get ready. So I'm sorry. That's why I'm pausing so much, is I'm trying not to trigger he cast poison on me. I know, right? Like, so is there like a miasma like spell? Anyway, so, like we're talking, and I'm just like, oh geez, is he still here? Because I don't want to fucking deal with this shit. Ugh. And he kind of like looks, and he's like, yeah, no, and he like knows we're here. Like he's like, he keeps like kind of like glancing over here, and I'm like, cool, because I just don't want to deal with it. But I'm like, all right. Luckily he's pretty far away. But it's time to go. Gowron's done. It's time to leave. So I'm like, okay. So we gather our things and we pay, and then we get up. And as we're leaving, I like look over, and then like he does this. He kind of goes, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Weird. Fine. No problem. Right. I don't know. Maybe I was like glowing and the sight of me was just too much to bear. I don't know. Like he bullied me. I never did one thing to this person ever. The drama. Ridiculous. So we leave. I'm like, what the fuck? That was so silly. We laugh. And then we leave, right? We get in the car. We drive. We are, I can see our driveway. And I go, oh no. And he's like, and this is the part Pat didn't tell you because he wasn't there with it. Or you'll see. I'm like, I'm like, oh no. He's like, what? I'm like, I left Galron's Etch-a-Sketch at the restaurant. And he's like, oh my God. And I'm like, should I like go get it now? Or should I like, should I go get it now? And he's like, well, if you want to. I'm like, ew, but I don't want to see Jimmy again. Ew, like I don't want to smell that again. And he's like, I mean, we could just like call and tell them to hold it or whatever. And I'm like, I'll just go get it. It's been like a while. It's not a big deal. Who cares? I'm being ridiculous. I'm like, but because of the timing, like Gowron was about to go down for a nap. Pat had something to do. So I said, hey, I'm going to drop you guys off. I'm going to go back and get it. It's not a big deal. It's not that long of a drive. So So I drop them off. I drive back and I'm like, oh God, surely he is gone by now. Surely. Well, I pull up and I get out of my car and I walk up to the cache and I'm like, hey there, it appears I left my Etch-a-Sketch. And they're like, oh yeah, no problem. It's in the back. I'll go get it. So she goes, I turn around and there's Jimmy. There's fucking Jimmy. And and he is standing this far from me. Right? Like it's like right there, okay? And like, but I'm facing him. And so I turn around and I'm like, because I don't know what to do. I did not smell him because he was approaching. And also, I may have been upwind. I don't know. But I just was like, because I was just like, please believe me. I am not exaggerating for comedic effect. I am not exaggerating for any reason. This is what. That's what I'm looking at. And I'm literally going like, in his eyes, I'm like, unflinching. Like, you bullied me. I can no longer go to any of these Warhammer D&D like functions because I don't know when they are because you took me out of them. You motherfucker. I gave you, I paid for things for you. I drove you home. What? What are you doing? And I'm just like, yeah, you literally, he's like, she owes me an apology because she blocked me on Facebook. You said something so creepy to my husband. Yeah, I don't want you. I don't want to know you. Ugh, weird. So I'm just like I am not kidding. That's my face. I'm like grinning, like, because I'm just like, I have this thing. I hate when if somebody doesn't like you. Have you noticed how you like, and you're forced to interact with them and they won't look at you? They're like, and you're just like, can we both be adults? Like, let's just, you know, it is the worst. I think it's so like pathetic. So now keep in mind, I'm at the cache, right? And this is a hole in the wall, right? And I say that with love and adoration. I love it. The door is right here. All Jimmy has to do is take 2 steps forward and leave. I can't back up any further than I already am. My back is to the cache, right? I am up against the cache place where the cache is, right? And so all he has to do is do and leave. But he's just standing there. He's just standing there like this. Like just, and we're just standing there at each other. And I don't know what to do because I'm here to get something. He clearly wants to leave and he can. This is so important. I'm not blocking anything. Oh shit, I don't have my glasses. I'm not blocking anything. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, just fucking go. Like in my head, I'm like, and part of me wanted to be like, but I was just so like, I didn't know what to do? So I'm like, so we're just standing there together. And then he's with someone who I know is not his dad, a very old man, because we could hear him like talking about his life story really loudly to this person. So it's not his dad or whatever. And then he kind of like leans to him and like takes his like hand and kind of like rubs it down on the old man's like arm and like whispers something to him. And the old man's like talking to some other guy and he doesn't say, and I'm just like, what is going on there? Okay. Weird. And okay, that's cool. And I don't think they're together because he's Arrow Ace. So like at least that's what he told me. I don't know. Who knows? Not my business, not my problem. Godspeed. So I'm like, okay. And I'm just like standing there and I can't leave. I want the Etch-a-Sketch. Now, granted, this was probably like 30 seconds in real time, but it was just like, I'm literally like, you know, right at a face that won't look at me. Just like won't make eye contact with me, looking only at the shoes. And I'm like, but you bullied me, whatever. So finally, she comes back. She goes, oh, here you go. Sorry. And I'm like, hey, no problem. Thank you. I grab it. I turn to leave. Walk. I take about 4 steps and I'm outside, right? So Boy Square, it's really, really complicated. It's really complicated. So I drop like some of the there's like magnets on this thing. It's not a real Etch-a-Sketch. It's like, I don't know, whatever. It's like an Etch-a-Sketch. And I drop some of the metal, the whatever they're called, the magnets. And I'm like, oh fuck. So I go, oh shit. And I bend down to pick them up. And Jimmy is like right up behind me. And so I whip around and I'm like, and I shouldn't have said this, but I said, how's it going, D&D vet? He immediately whips around and stands this far from me. We're outside. We're in a parking lot. Stands and then like just back to me. And I was like unmoving. And I'm standing there with my Etch-a-Sketch like, okay. And I just started like leaving, right? I'm like, all right. I did. So then I couldn't help myself. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, the dum. I go to my car, which is right there. Like, and I get in my car. So he turns around, sees that I'm in my car, and he's just like, and looks away. I'm still like, I'm backing up like this. Like, I'm just looking. And then he just kind of slinks into, I assume, this old man's car, because it's not his car. He does not own a car. He gets in this person's car, and then I just kind of like zoom away, and I'm like, oh my goodness, it was so like, you bullied me. I didn't do anything to you, and you can't even look me in the eyes. You want an apology because I blocked you on Facebook because you were so weird. It's like he wanted a confrontation, but also doesn't want to initiate and doesn't know how to reply. No, I don't think so. I think he just truly didn't know what to do. Because had he said something, I was well prepared to be like, hello, you know. But like I did not like that he was so close to me when I went to pick up the magnets because they fell. But the space is kind of small. So I don't think he was like, I'm going to get it. No, I do not think that. But I was like, what's up? What's up, D&D vet? Like, that was not nice. That was not nice of me to do. That was me. Least passive-aggressive Canadian confrontation. I hate that about Canada. Like, nobody knows how to, like, deal with any, like, mild discomfort with one another. It's very bizarre. Did he ever acknowledge why you had a problem with him at all? He I was blocked from seeing like all this stuff because I blocked him because he was creepy to my husband. Yeah, and I didn't want to deal with it, so I thought you. And then I'm like blocked from this thing. So I was like, well, what's up with that? And then he told our DM, who's like kind of pals with him, he was like, yeah, no, he wants an apology from you for blocking him. And I was like, well, can you tell him to suck my dick? Like, no, I'm not apologizing. That's so weird. Why would I do that? Very bizarre. Very bizarre. But like the whole time I'm literally looking at him in the eyes like expecting anything. Even if it was, hey, fuck you, I would have been like, and fuck you as well. Very bizarre. I don't know. I wish him well. I genuinely I have more tea that I actually almost forgot. This I found out maybe a month or two ago, but I was like, oh, I don't know if you guys want to hear this. Hold on. Oh, I have never been more polite to a worse person. Actually, that's not true. It's a long story. This guy has been such a fucking asshole. Like, so rude and awful and smelly. And Pat and I were nothing but tolerant and kind to this person. Okay, so, a few weeks ago, maybe like a month or so ago, I was talking to Auntie. Now, Auntie is Galron's babysitter, who is also a very close friend of ours. We go shopping together. She's the best. We love her. So we call her Auntie because she's Galron's auntie. She's lovely. She has and we're so grateful to her. She's the only reason. Anytime you see me and Pat together, it's because she's helping us out. We adore her. We trust her with the child. She's also just a dear friend. We love her family too. Her son wanted to get into Warhammer, and he actually doesn't live far from that game store. And so he went, and she's telling me this, by the way. She's like, yeah, he went and he like wanted to like paint minis and stuff. But then he came home and I was like, oh, did you have fun? He's like, I'm not going to go there anymore. And she was like, why? And he was like, he's like, there was just this like really, really loud guy in there and he smelled so bad. It was quote, putrid. And then she goes, just wondering, but did he look like this? And she's like, or he's like, yeah. And she goes, oh my God. And so she immediately told, I was like he no longer will go back. And it's like, it's not unusual for someone to be stinky in one of these places. Respectfully. But they have a very specific look. He has a specific look. He wears specific things. And it's like, yep. And I was like, get out. Just ruining the hobby one person at a time. Crazy. So, Count Nosferatu's Plague of Rats has put on a trench coat and is pretending to be a person. Just finally saw Nosferatu. Amazing. Shocker. Finally saw Nosferatu. It was spectacular, extremely sexy. Even Pat was like, yeah, all right. I was like, yeah, you know it. The new Nosferatu. It's so horny. Like, as soon as it started, I was like, yo, bounce on it, crazy style. Oh, so fun. Anyway. Oh, yes, I would. The vampire, mustache and all. Yeah, he was hot. I don't care about no rats. Bounce on it, Dio. Anyway, respectfully, and I am not exaggerating his like. He never looked at me once, except when I was walking because I had to get to the the door and leave the first time. He like glanced at me as I was leaving, and I like looked over because someone looked at me, and then he like away, and it's just like, bro, come on. Like, this is not middle school. This is so strange. I don't know. Canadians don't know how to, and I mean, that's not entirely true because it's in the States. People can be like that too. I have never. That's one thing that me and Pat agreed on, like very early on when we met each other, is like, it's very. We hate when people can't like, if someone's mad at you or is like, you're not cool with that or whatever, they can't like look you in the eye, and it's like very bizarre when especially when you have to deal with them. It's like, Okay, hello. Yes, we can just, very strange. Very strange. Who is sexier, Nosferatu or Willem Dafoe? Ooh, normally it would be Willem Dafoe. But gotta go with the vampire. Gotta go with the old rat man. Gotta go with that. Does he have a crush on you? So Pat thought he did, and I don't think so, because I don't know. I don't think I look like someone who anyone would have a crush on. I don't think, but I don't know. Pat thinks so, and that makes the most sense. But I'm pretty sure they're arrow A's, or he's arrow A's or whatever. I don't know. This is what I've been told by I don't know. I had a neighbor schoolmate who worked at a pizza place in the city. Every time I went there, he knew me, and we would be chummy while I waited for my order. The instant I evolved, he would fucking run and hide in the back and do that same thing and glance and hide and look away. Very strange. Very strange. Oh, I know. I want to watch Sinners so bad. I want to watch Sinners. Paige, you often look quite lovely, and this is coming from a gay man. What do you mean by often? Why not always? That's okay. I know. I know not always. Thank you. I'm just being an asshole. What is Arrow Ace? That sounds like a Chrono Trigger team attack. That would be so cool. So what I mean by that is asexual and aromantic. So I apologize. I was not being clear. So just no interest in a romantic thing and no interest in a sexual thing. I've heard Sinners is fabulous. Big time fabulous. Arrow Ace combat. Oh, that'd be cool. I'm the prettiest person in the room, along with Buscemi. Thank you. I don't know. I think Skelmo's putting in the work. I think Skelmo is very beautiful. But yeah, it is a Trogdor shirt. Hold on, let me move my scraggly hair. I need to trim so bad. Isn't that sick? Isn't that so cool? He's got his cool arm. But anyway, so that's what's going on there. I don't know. I remember coming home and I told Pat, and I was like, am I now a bully? Because I felt bad. I was like, I shouldn't have said anything. But I just was like, he was just there all of a sudden. I was like, what's up, Vet? What's going on? What's good, right? What I should have said is, sir, perhaps I could introduce you to some soap and water. But that also would have been rude, I think, perhaps. But it it is now to the point where if he is in a restaurant, I can't eat a burger. Now granted, I do have, there's a term for it, hypersensitive disgust response or something. I don't know. My mother has this too, where just if you, I get really nauseous and it's very sudden. I'll just start gagging and then just blah. The ick, perhaps. The truth is often rude. I heard another streamer's way of dealing with a smelly person in a game shop was to pretend to spray air freshener near them. I mean, if I had a close friend and I was really, really smelly, I hope that they would have the wherewithal to be like, hey girl, perhaps you should shower. Perhaps you should scrub that ass. Cause it's I've dropped him off at his home, where his apartment, where I know actually other people live, and it's actually quite nice. So it's not like he does not have access to water. So I don't know. You would never tell anyone that if you were close friends and they were like so stinky that clear across a room, you could clear, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Would you ever become close friends with someone that smelled that bad? My that's a good question. I mean, my friendship is not if I could you know what? That is actually a good question. I feel like that would be a barrier simply because I am very like I'll just throw up. If I think of something icky too much, I will begin to vomit. So that might be a bit of a wall for a friendship. But if it began to happen and we were like pals, even just pals, not even good friends, if we were just like pals, I might be like, "Hey dude, listen, I'm saying this because I really like you and I care about you. It's a bit ripe. Have you been like working out? It's a bit ripe, you know, right? I feel confident, you know, because I want the best for them. And it's like at some point, like that kind of smell, it's like there may be an infection somewhere amidst you, perhaps. Like I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. But if I have like a good pal, I hope someone would tell me. If I had like a booger on my nose or like something gross in my teeth, I hope they'd be like, "Hey," or "Hey, here, let me go." I had a friend one time, she had, I mean, we're still friends. She had like a booger on her nose and I was like, "Hell, hold on." And I just grabbed it and I just went, "Beep." I had a Kleenex and she's like, "Oh, what's that?" And I was like, "Oh, you had like a booger hanging on." And she's like, "You got a booger off for me?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck, whatever." And she was like, "Thank you." You know? Now, granted, I probably should have let her get it, but like we were pals. Whatever. And then she helped me with something one time. A little embarrassing, though. Maybe I'll tell it another time. But yeah, I don't care. Like, I think that if you guys are like, I mean, I wouldn't do it to an acquaintance. With an acquaintance, I might be like, "Oh, you have like an eyelash or something in your teeth." If there's something in your like nose and like we're like, I might be like, "Oh, hey," right? But I'm not gonna be like, "Ew, you're a bad person," because it's just like a booger. Who fucking cares? Or an eyelash in your teeth, right? So would I be friends with someone who is very, very stinky? I think, again, that there would be a barrier because I can't get too close to anything that smells. That's like Pat has to take out the trash. Like I can't. I can't. And well, no, it depends on the kind of trash. But there are times where like if we, you know, something's particularly stinky, I'll be like, I can't do it. Say you made some homemade soap, and when you gift it to them, you mentioned they have to review it and give you feedback. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So Roz has a good question. We've covered bad smells. Can you handle good smells like perfumes, colognes, or lotions? So, yes, I actually love good smells. And in fact, I have a very small, very modest perfume collection. And by that, I don't mean like full size because that's ridiculous. But I get either like this, I like to collect the samples, or if I really like it, I'll get the travel size. And only on occasion will I buy full size because I am cheap. But I love perfume. And I'm also very picky because Pat has no sense of smell. Like, or it's very, very low. It's very low. So it's very funny because he also can smell Jimmy, which tells me, okay, that's genuinely, it's so bad. So Pat smells great. Pat smells amazing. I remember when we first met, there were a couple of times where I was like, "You're not wearing deodorant." And he's like, "How did you know that?" I'm like, "Go put on deodorant." And like, he didn't like stink, but I just knew. And so, but like my sense of smell is nuts. But he smells awesome. Pat always smells kind of like faintly of like Dove soap and like really fresh, clean laundry, which is like Really nice, but like very light, very light. He loves to shower. Like that man loves to shower. But then he farts, and I'm like, ew. Unlike me, I would never.